this fire season. You're the hero. We are Ready, Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the law.
Welcome to the May 28, 2024 regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County. Call this meeting to order, and I was going to turn it over to Steve Rose to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections, deletions, or modifications to the agenda?
Yes, Chair. We have several. The first is that agenda item number 26, which is SR 24-0832, is being removed from consideration and will come back at a later date. The second is that agenda item number 42, SR 24-0608, which was the closed session regarding labor negotiations. That closed session will not be held. And then also a reminder to your board and to the public that our usual e-comment function was not available to the public for this agenda cycle.
Okay, thank you. Remove 26, remove 42, and e-comment not available. Thank you. So we'll move on to the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. This is items 1 through 36, and this is not including item 26. Anyone want to provide comment or request that items be removed from the consent or discussion? Anybody in the chamber wish to pull anything from the consent calendar? Mr. Taylor.
Ask that agenda item 27, 28, and 29 be pulled for more transparency and public transparency. However, after going through it and reading the staff report, I feel relatively confident that there's transparency. But I am concerned that this is on the consent calendar when it involves so much money and doesn't have the opportunity for public scrutiny with these contract extensions. But I decided not to ask to pull it off the agenda. It's borderline that it doesn't fall under the guise or the consent calendar rules per se. I just want to point that out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any call-in members of the public or staff?
Yeah, Chair Bullock, I don't like to pull number 20, but I do want to recognize that one of the amendments to our personnel code provides assistance to homeless and foster youth in terms of employment with Nevada County. And this was an idea that was raised by one of our employees, Karen Mueller, who works for probation and youth services, that elevated this concern working with kids who have a history of homelessness and dependency, challenged with employment. So the amendment to the personnel code, if these individuals attest that they have been homeless or in foster care, they meet the minimum qualifications of the job, that they're guaranteed an interview.
Right, so if they meet the minimum qualifications that everybody is subject to, they would be guaranteed an interview, just an entrance to the process?
Correct.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Madam Clerk, are there any call-in members wishing to pull items from the consent calendar?
No, Chair Bullock.
Okay, thanks. Any board members wishing to pull things from the consent calendar? None. I'm going to pull item 11, that's SR 24-0869. And just request, I think the program's great. I think Mike Dent's here. Hey, Mike, thank you for putting this on. It looks like a great program. I just ask that we make sure that when we're advertising the opportunity, that we translate English, Spanish, and that we promote the program in some of the underprivileged areas that are more English as a second language. That would be, like in my neighborhood, that's Village Green, Donner Creek, and Coachland specifically.
Yes, Chair. We will. This is an exciting program that we're going to receive $1.8 million from the state to revitalize mobile home parks throughout the county. There's no jurisdictional boundary between cities and counties. We, on page 2 of the staff letter, does outline the priorities. So we do need to work the priority list number 1 first. We don't know how many trailer parks are on that list, but that's trailer parks that have been identified by the state as mobile homes in trailer parks that have been identified as deficient, and we'll be sure to advertise and communicate in both languages.
Yes, great. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. I think the people there too as well. Much appreciated. That's the only item I wanted to pull, and my comments are noted there for the consent. Anybody else want to pull anything? Nope. Public comment on the consent calendar. Open public comment for the consent calendar.
Yes, Chair, we did receive one caller.
We did? Okay.
Just
Let's
now.
bring the caller in.
Thank you.
Thanks. Caller, go ahead.
Is that me?
Yep. Go ahead, Matthew.
Hello?
Yep.
Hi, Matthew Coulter. Sorry, I'm having a hard time following because it's going pretty quickly, but what Michael was saying about just transparency on the agenda, on the consent calendar is kind of the issue. Number 13, I'd like to hear more about the flock system. I think it's number 13 on the agenda about the flock's license plate reading system presentation, if that's part of the consent calendar. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, yep, thank you. Was there a question there or just a notation that the flock system is on the agenda? Oh, yeah. Do we have a staff member that can just clarify? It's pretty basic. I think Sean, Lieutenant Scales.
Captain.
Captain Scales, thank you for the correction. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so this is just for a notice of exemption. So this is for the flock project that was approved last March, and the first camera went in place last June. There's a certain segment of roadway that requires a notice of exemption for Caltrans for it to go in for this particular camera. On, I believe, the 11th of June, the next meeting, we'll be doing a system-wide presentation on flock, just the one-year check-in and a contract renewal at that meeting.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Matthew, if you're listening, the 11th will be the presentation on the success of the flock system and opportunity there for you to make comment, ask questions as well. Anybody in the board chambers like to make comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. I'm sorry, we're going to close public comment.
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. We're going to now adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors. The NCSD Number 1 consent calendar, these items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Directors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The directors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. This is item 37, and I will open public comment on the NCSD consent calendar item. Anybody in the board chambers wish to make comments on the NCSD consent calendar? Seeing none, and any callers on the line?
No, Chair.
Okay, we're going to close public comment on NCSD 1. Any board members wish to pull anything from NCSD consent calendar? Seeing none there, I will go ahead and ask for a motion to approve the NCSD consent calendar.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. That was our consent calendar. We'll move on to general public comment on NCSD. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Directors on items that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Sanitation District Board of Directors. I am opening public comment, general public comment for NCSD. Anybody in the chambers want to make comment? Seeing none, anybody online?
No.
On the phone? Nope. Okay, thanks. We'll close NCSD general public comment, and with that, we will adjourn as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors and reconvene as the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. This is the moment in the agenda where we open up general public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. Please note that each speaker will be given 3 minutes, at which point the microphone will be automatically turned off. Therefore, please keep your comments clear and concise in the interest of civil discourse. It's the responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoid disruptive activity, promote mutual respect, keeps the comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attacks. Time limits may be modified at the chair of the board's discretion. You can also provide comments by speaking directly to the board from inside the chambers or by calling 530-270-3474 to comment live over the phone. Make sure you call in early if you want to talk specifically, and we'll get you in there. With that, I'm going to open up public comment. Anybody like to make public comment?
Good morning. My name is Patricia Malberg, and I'm the president of the Donner Summit Association. Can you hear me?
Yeah, pull it right down in front of you.
Right
There
here.
you go, perfect.
Okay, thanks. Did you hear that first part? Was that okay?
Yes, thank you.
I come bearing thank you gifts. And this is a copy, and there's one for several of you, not all on the board, but like Jeffrey and others. As a thank you for the Donner Summit Public Use Trails and Recreation Facilities Plan, which was completed in February, but so I'm a little late getting these to you, but better late than never. And in the acknowledgement, it says, the Donner Summit Association would like to thank the interested parties listed in Appendix B, Nevada County being among those, the participants, and the stakeholder survey and specialists from the Truckee-Donner Land Trust, Placer County, Nevada County, and the U.S. Forest Service for valuable input. And within this document, there are other local plans, such as the Soda Springs Area Plan. The user groups are listed, the inventory of current facilities, planned projects, needs analysis, priority projects, design guidelines, operation and maintenance, and implementation and funding. And of course, it is a living document, so to speak, so that when changes occur, these will be noted on the website. The actual plan is on the website, but it's a little bit hard to find, but we're going to correct that. And the website is the DonnerSummitCA.com. And I have copies here for Supervisor Bullock, obviously. Thank you. For Allison Lehman, for Kimberly Parker, Erica Stewart, Tricia Tillotson, and our stalwart, Jeffrey. Thank you so much. And I don't know the protocol for distributing these, but okay. Again, thank you very much for your strong support, without which we could not have done this. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah, it was very much appreciated. And DSA does such great work. I was up on the summit this weekend, and it is in full swing, packed to the gills. So thank you for all the support you do and volunteer time there. Any callers on the line for public comment?
Yes, Chair. We have one caller for general public comment.
Okay, let's bring them in. Pat, yeah, it was very much appreciated. And DSA does such great work. I was up on the summit this weekend, and it is in full swing, packed. That's not my comment. So thank you for all the support. Let's cut that caller off.
Hello?
Hey, Matthew. Go ahead, Matt. Yep.
There could be a delay, so we'll give him
one more second.
Hello?
Matthew, go ahead.
Anyone there?
Yes.
Yeah, the delay thing and the speed of the meeting makes it impossible for people to participate because you don't have Zoom, so it's not live. It's like a 30-second delay. So you blow right through stuff. So anyway, public comment. Public comment dealing with fire fuel and the amount of fire fuel that's being loaded in certain places. I mean, it's great that we had green waste, and it's great that burning is still going on. But at the same time, we have people literally that are just pushing all their material to the edge of their property onto their neighbor's property or up against their neighbor's property and calling it good. And when I say pushing material, I'm talking bulldozer loads of dry material. And this is all around the base of Banner Mountain. If you'd like to go look along Old Tunnel and look at the homeless camps and all the people dug in behind CVS, the people living in the dry grass behind the navigation center, Banner Mountain, you guys are just setting it up for complete failure. And it's really sad because once the fire climbs up there, it's just going to be like a giant candle wick blowing through the Tahoe National Forest. So if you come down Old Tunnel from Banner, look to your left, look at the first piece of property there on your left. Look at all the material that's been pushed up against their fence line for the past 10 years. It's about 10 feet tall and about 30 feet thick. And that's how they've dealt with their green waste. And I'm not just talking about one particular property. This is going on everywhere in the county, which is visible from public streets. You don't need a drone. You don't need to trespass. You don't need to get a permit. You can see it. Everyone can see it. And I just don't understand why people are turning a blind eye while we're raising fire taxes on everyone and we're losing the fire insurance. It's obvious why we're losing it. It's obvious. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Matthew. And I'll just make a request that we can look into the delay piece if it's somehow pronounced today.
Sure. Chair Bullock, to clarify, there is not a delay through the call-in feature. If you listen through the call-in, it's real live time. If you listen through the Granicus feed or the streaming through the county website, there is a delay, but the call feature is real time.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor.
Good morning, Board. I've been participating with the NID meetings, and it's been very impressive with the meetings, with having workshops within their actual board meetings. And they've obviously been discussing the issues with PG&E and Spalding Lake water supply issues. And I think what I'd like to suggest again is that the board, you guys consider doing workshops now and then, and one of the workshops could be for fire insurance, inviting the California Fair Plan CEO and talk about how the insurance works, and just generally do something for the public in understanding fire insurance, as well as a workshop in dealing with the issues associated with the county with the loss of revenues with the Rollins Lake and Cascade Shores dropping to almost historic levels. Also a workshop with housing solutions, where we can come in and we can talk about ideas for housing solutions and brainstorm with the public, again, as a format with housing. And then talking with you prior to the beginning of the workshop today, or the board meeting today, I think even a workshop with the airport development, again, with the public, getting public feedback, how we could improve the airport. And I think it would have been also feasible to have had a workshop discussing fire safe council, as well as, I'm kind of stuck on the public defender's office, going privatizing and having very little community involvement in something that ultimately is going to be costing us an additional $6 million over the term of that contract. And I think the privatization of that should have had more public transparency, and it may even still benefit us to have more public transparency on that decision to privatize part of the public defender's office. And I have a minute or left. I also would like to talk about the budget. It's coming up, budget talks, and I'll just use a short period of my time. Supplies and services is a catch-all in our budget, $150 million. And I think there needs to be more public input and more transparency what falls in that supplies and services. It's a huge category that is a catch-all that doesn't have the public transparency that I would like to see as part of the budget being developed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. On the budget, we'll have a bunch of public input opportunities, as well as the website, which highlights the budget and in great granular detail related to services and supplies. There's a tremendous amount of detail, line by line by line, vendor, contractors, services, supplies, etc. So thank you for your comment. Any other comments, callers on the line?
No, Chair.
Any other comments? General public comment here in the board chambers? No? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We do have a timed item at 9:30, but I just want to take this moment to kind of make a special piece acknowledging Memorial Day yesterday, and I'm sure many of us were at events and different things, and I had the opportunity to do a workout challenge in Eastern County. It was great. It was with law enforcement and fire, and a number of people honoring soldiers and service members who have lost their life in combat and in service to our nation. So I just wanted to take just a brief moment of silence and acknowledge Memorial Day with us here today. And with that, I'll just take a brief moment of silence. Please join me if you'd like. Thank you so much, and thank you to all our service members. Madam Clerk, is this an actual scheduled timed item?
So we're suggesting that you hear item 39 and then go to item 38, which is your scheduled 9:30 item. That works for you, Chair.
Okay, great. Sounds good to me. With that, item number 39, this is Director of Social Services, Rachel Pena. This is a resolution accepting a certificate of membership from AARP as a participant in the network of age-friendly communities. With that, we'll turn it over to Rachel Pena and Kelly Carpenter to give us an update and introduce this item.
Good morning, Chair Bullock and honorable members of the board. My name is Rachel Pena. I'm your Director of Social Services, and I have with me Kelly Carpenter, our Program Manager for Adult Services. I'm going to turn it over to her pretty quickly, but we just wanted to describe a little bit of our efforts towards realizing our goals that were written in the Master Plan on Aging local playbook. And one of those that we're celebrating here today was we were here to accept the honor of a certificate from the AARP designating Nevada County as a member of the Age-Friendly Network. So I'm going to turn it over to Kelly and our guests to tell you more.
Good morning, Chair Bullock and members of the board. I was last here in January and shared the completion of our Master Plan on Aging local playbook. One of our strategies was to increase our participation at the national level and to share what we were doing in our county and to learn what others are doing in theirs to promote an age-friendly community. I am pleased to announce that our application for the AARP Age-Friendly Network has been accepted, and Mr. Rafi Nazarian's AARP Advocacy Director has joined us here today. Mr. Nazarian's joined AARP in 2016. He oversees federal and state advocacy efforts and advises AARP offices throughout the state on local advocacy issues. He leads AARP's California Innovative Housing Strategy and works closely with the California legislative leadership, elected representatives, and stakeholders to pass housing bills to increase the production of more affordable and accessible housing to address California's severe housing crisis. At this time, I'd like to welcome Mr. Nazarians.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Good morning, Chair Bullock and members of the board. As Kelly said, my name is Rafi Nazarians, Advocacy Director with AARP California. AARP is here this morning, and we'd like to formally welcome Nevada County as the 87th community in California to enroll in the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities. As you all know, California's population is rapidly aging, and this is even truer here in Nevada County. By 2030, 37% of Nevada County will be age 65 or over. So by enrolling in AARP's age-friendly network, a network of age-friendly states and communities, Nevada County leadership joins a national team of individuals and groups who are concerned and committed to preparing for the coming demographic shift and improving community livability for people of all ages and abilities. As a member of the network, Nevada County will begin a planning process, as Kelly described, through the MPA local playbook, engaging community residents and key stakeholders, and improving the livability of the county in primarily what we call the 8 domains of livability, which include outdoor spaces and buildings, transportation, housing, social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, and communication and information, and community support and health services. So to help support the county's age-friendly work, Nevada County will now, as a member, have access to resources from AARP and our partners nationally and globally, including research, planning models, and best practices, and support from aging experts. AARP applauds Nevada County's efforts to make your county a great place for all to live, work, play, and age in place. We look forward to working closely with county leadership and the community as you plan and implement your innovative and thoughtful strategies to help make life better for people of all ages. So on behalf of AARP to Nevada County, welcome to the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
they would like to request a picture opportunity with the board if appropriate.
I'm sorry, say again?
A picture opportunity.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you, Mr. Nazarians and your team, and Rachel for bringing this forward. And it's pretty exciting, and we're looking forward to a photo with you. Thank you for the presentation on the AARP. The 8 domains of livability were kind of fascinating to me, and I'd like to dig in more. I got actually an interesting call from one of our senior services members in Truckee to come to a morning group they have, and kind of recognizing the fact that I'm connected to the communities that I spend a lot of time in, right? And sometimes the senior services part is absent on me because I don't spend a lot of time with that group directly, so I'm going to make an additional effort there. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues on the board to see if they have any questions or comments on the presentation. We'll start with Supervisor Hook.
No questions, but I'm just glad this adds right to the playbook that we're working on, what you worked so hard to put together last year. So thank you for that, and thank you for being a part of that. We're all in that AARP. Well, we are in that era, so understandably how important it is. So thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Hook.
Yeah, me too. Thank you. Looking forward to a strong partnership throughout the years.
Thanks, Ed. Supervisor Hall?
Yeah, this is very nice to get designated as an age-friendly community. I know we have lots of challenges still in the rural areas, but we want to be friendly to our retired folks and aging folks. So this is great to have that acknowledged. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Swarthout.
Yes, I agree. Thank you for the certificate and the statistic that by 2030 that right now we're at 28% over the age of 65, and to know that it's going up to 37, getting ahead of the game and being prepared. So, and I really want to thank Kelly for all the work that you do, really on this area in our community. It's very much appreciated. I know you've represented the county very well, the area for and aging, better than myself, so thank you.
And our agency, Area 4 on Aging, and you're a member, Supervisor Schofield?
Yes, I'm on the governing board, and Kelly actually is part of she's the chair of the advisory group, which meets once a month. And there's been some issues lately with changing meeting dates and everything, and I've unfortunately been unable to, I've missed some meetings this year, but Kelly does a great job of representing us.
Thanks for your service to that. Yeah, if you look at the Polco surveys and look at our demographic for the community, it's kind of this wedge shape, right, from youngest to older, and you see that aging population really clearly in the survey work that came forward to the board recently. Yes, and thank you. Thank you again, and thanks for coming to present to us today. With that, I'm going to open up public comment. Any comments on this designation inside the board chambers? No? Any callers on the line that would like to make comment?
No, Chair.
No? Okay. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board for any final closing comments. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. With that, it passes. Thank you again.
Thank
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item number 38. This is Nevada County Sheriff Shannon Moon, and this is a resolution authorizing the agreement to transfer ownership of Canine Officer Ranger from Nevada County's office to Canine Handler Deputy Joshua Stannis for the purchase price of $1 as Canine Officer Ranger is retired, and authorizing the sheriff or her designee to execute the agreement. I'm really looking forward to this, and with that, we'll welcome our Sheriff of Nevada County, Shannon Moon.
Good morning, Chair Bullock, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for having us. I am Shannon Moon, your sheriff, coroner, and public administrator. Today I have with me Sergeant Jason Klinkenbeard. He is our sergeant in charge of our K-9 unit. He is going to provide the presentation today. I'd just like to begin by thanking you all for allowing us to honor one of our very courageous members in our sheriff's office, our K-9 Ranger. And also point out that we also have several folks here today, not only our great partners, the Rudiger Foundation that helps us fund our K-9 program here in Nevada County, and also some of Ranger's handler partners that he's been training with for the last several years from the Truckee Police Department and also from the California State Parks are all here to honor our K-9 and provide a little history about the program and Ranger himself. So Jason will start us off.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Chair Bullock. Ranger was born in France on September 30th, 2017. Ranger began his formal training at Alliance Protection Dogs in France, where he was trained in French ring sport. French ring is a highly competitive and extensive form of training that involves agility, obedience, and bite work. In early 2020, Ranger was purchased by a locally owned and operated canine training group, DTAC Canine, which serves as the official Sheriff's Office canine trainer. With the generous donation by the Rudiger Foundation, the Sheriff's Office purchased Ranger in May of 2020, and he became the first law enforcement canine for the Sheriff's Office in well over 20 years, thanks to the leadership of Sheriff Moon. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the Rudiger Foundation for both their past and continued support of our canine program. Their support has been extensive, and without it, our canine program would not be where it is today. Ranger came to us in May of 2020, and he was immediately paired with Deputy Josh Stannis. Deputy Stannis was an integral part of spearheading the Sheriff's Office new canine program and passed the testing process to become a canine handler with flying colors. So the partnership between Deputy Stannis and Ranger began. Deputy Stannis and Ranger's first mission together was to complete a full-time, 6-week, 240-hour school that included not only training and certifications for Ranger, but also included training for Deputy Stannis as Ranger's handler. The training that a canine team undergoes is extensive, comprehensive, challenging, and continues on a regular basis throughout the life of the partnership. Apprehension, control, obedience, detection, and searches are just a few of the categories Ranger received training and certification in over his lifetime. Ranger's career included many interactions with the community, some of which were initiated by people who quickly found out Ranger's professional capabilities, but most interactions involved very peaceful and heartfelt moments and pats behind the ears. Throughout Ranger's career, he attended countless presentations at schools and community events where he had the chance to showcase his good looks and charm, and left more than a few people wanting a German Shepherd of their own. Once Ranger hit the street, he quickly became an effective and essential part of our operational functions. In October of 2020, just 5 months after Ranger became part of our team, he and Deputy Stannis were dispatched to a family disturbance. When Deputy Stannis and Ranger arrived on scene, they were met in the driveway by a subject in possession of a knife and a hatchet. The subject refused orders to put the weapons down and advanced towards Deputy Stannis. Ranger was released from the vehicle and quickly apprehended the subject without further incident. Had Ranger not been there, there's little doubt that the subject would have put the deputies in a position to have to use lethal force. Not only were the deputies on scene safer because of Ranger's presence, but the life of the subject also wielding the knife and hatchet was saved by Ranger as well. This is just one example of the dedication, loyalty, and bravery law enforcement canines across this country display daily, and Ranger is no exception. Because of Ranger, our deputies and the community have been safer. This is why this moment of honoring Ranger's service to this community is bittersweet, as his time as an active member of the Nevada County Sheriff's Office has come to an end. Ranger has served this community with honor and deserves to live out the rest of his life, as every dog should, as a loving member of a family who loves him. Ranger will be purchased by Deputy Stannis and will live out the rest of his days with the handler who trained and served tirelessly with him. He will be missed, but we truly hope Ranger enjoys his retirement.
And just in closing, you know, animals are such a special place in our heart, and to have our deputy be able to keep Ranger with him and his family, I think is a tremendous showcase of truly what our community believes in the support that we have for our law enforcement. And again, just appreciate the relationship with the Rudiger Foundation that we've had, the tireless training that our canines go through. We went through a scare last year with legislation, and I know this board very much supported that we continue to use canines in our community. We had another bill that came forward again this year that has already been shelved. So just to showcase that our community is safer, our staff are so much safer with the presence of these canines, and Ranger has truly supported that through his hard work, and we just want to celebrate his retirement now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's I haven't seen all those pictures, obviously, but I do have a picture of Ranger climbing up the corner here, looking at Supervisor Hall a couple years ago when they came to present in the morning. It was awesome. I'm going to just open it up to the board for any clarifying questions, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll go ahead and do some photos, and we have something to present to you as well. So looking forward to that. Supervisor Swarthout, any questions, comments?
His years of service to our community. I feel like the K-9 program is a very important part of not just law enforcement, but for the whole community. Seeing him in his Christmas outfit was fantastic, and he wore it with grace, although I'm sure he was totally humiliated coming. But no, I'm just really appreciative of the work that you guys do, keeping the canines. I've been to the training center over at your juvenile hall, and it's fantastic to see the dogs over there working out. They have offered to put me in the suit to let the dog attack me, but I'm not ready to go there yet. One question, will you be getting another active dog?
Yeah, so we're in the process. Again, graciously, the Ruderger Foundation has approved the next purchase of our next canine, and we've already selected handlers. So we're moving forward. Just really today's day is to celebrate Ranger.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice. Supervisor Hall?
I'm just disappointed you didn't bring Ranger here so we can thank him personally.
He's here. He's so well behaved, you don't even know he's in the room.
Oh my God. Oh, I see him. Oh my God. Look at it. Very sweet. Yeah, this is a fantastic program, and I'm a dog lover. I've been dog owner for years. I so appreciate how you're handling his retirement to make sure he's with someone he knows and loves and will love him back. And he sounds like he's well deserved. I'm just really thrilled, and thank you for all your work on this, and thanks to the Ruderger Foundation for making this possible as well. It's very helpful to have a local foundation and community engagement on this. So thanks. I can't wait to see him come up. Thank you.
Supervisor Schofield?
Yeah, I was going to ask where Ranger was too. So it's really exciting that he's here. And you know, well, these pictures are the first time I've seen him. Such a handsome animal, I'll tell you what. And it's not, these aren't pets. And you can, the story about the gentleman in the driveway, it just tells you this is another arm of our law enforcement. Many, many years ago when there was a team and I was involved with the fairgrounds, we saw really the impact, the large crowds and what the dogs could do just by their presence of being there and how controlling it was. So I'm just a huge supporter of the dogs and your team in particular, and thank you for the deputies that take the time and the efforts to make this work. So it's a wonderful, wonderful experience.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hook?
I just would echo all my colleagues. I just think, and I saw him back there, I saw his partner, and I'm thrilled that's where he gets to go spend his retirement. I think that is the ultimate, right? You build such a relationship that what a blessing that's going to be. And to all the folks at Ruderger, what a program you've helped provide for this community. You know, if it doesn't do anything but de-escalate, that's what's so impressive here. Sometimes it's not even about the bite. It's about de-escalation that comes with like, whoa. And I love it. We've been down on the bridge with some of the other, where the kids come, they get to see what that's like. They get to meet the officers. It gives a whole new vision to what it is to be officers in our community. So kudos to the ones that go for the training. I love the training program they put in over there. Thankful for the quick thinking to receive all that wonderful equipment and what we can do and continue to do through the whole state and our region. So kudos to Ranger. You're going to have a wonderful life, and I hope they don't make you wear Christmas clothes again. But I guess, you know, just shows the personality. They do everything. You know, they're loving, but yet they're ready to go to work and defend you and give your life. They're willing to give their life to protect us. So anyway, congratulations, Ranger, and you need a big old dog bone tonight.
Nice comments. Thank you. Yeah, I just echo the comments of my colleagues. It was touching to me about the story because I was thinking about like protecting the officer with the canine unit, but I don't necessarily think that the canine unit is going to maybe save somebody's life in opposition to the use of lethal force. You know, so that's pretty cool. Very cool. And the other piece that was really striking is you had a lot of pictures of connection to the community, right? Connecting the sheriff's office to the community and your personnel and connecting, just further connection to the community, which is what serving others means for your department. And you've shown us that, you know, and Ranger's an awesome way to do it. And Officer Madden, I think, is here too. And I don't know, is Muggs here today?
No, I didn't want to steal the...
You didn't want to overshadow, yeah.
Lieutenant Madden and Muggs ran the Murph Challenge up in Truckee yesterday, so Muggs is relaxing because it was a big workout up there.
Yeah, I did it.
Yeah.
I can't lift a coffee cup. It takes two hands today. Yeah, it was awesome. So, and if you ever go to Truckee Thursdays, Muggs is out there, and you'll see like 2,000 people at Truckee Thursdays and 1,500 people are in line to pet mugs.
Right.
It's awesome. It's super cool. So if you want a booth, if you want an activity at your booth, line up next to the town of Truckee. Yeah, my question was the other canine, so it's awesome you're getting another one. And thanks to the Rudiger Foundation for making that happen and supporting our community. And also just a touch point on the future possible training center here where we can have other canine units trained, which is a pretty exciting piece of the future for us all. With that, I know there's a lot of people. Oh, yeah, how many canines are there in our
So with the sheriff's office, we have one other. His handler is here, Deputy King with Vito. We have also canine handlers with the city of Grass Valley, the city of Nevada City, and the town of Truckee has mugs. So the Rudiger Foundation and then state parks. Rudiger Foundation services all of our agencies. It's a pretty incredible amount of work that they do. But yeah, we're going to replace Ranger and then add another dog here fairly right after that.
So maybe another one.
My goal, and I've told my staff this, my goal is to have 4, one on each shift, so that we can have that support spread throughout all of our shifts. And we're still getting handlers that raise their hand to say, I want to be a part of this program. When it takes a huge amount of dedication, I was fortunate to have a narcotics detection canine for a very short time. And that was not a protection animal, and it was a lot of work. The amount of work that our staff put in their training and their upkeep, because their partners live with them, it's pretty incredible. So we do have continued folks raising their hand for that position as well.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. It's like it's a lifestyle, right? Like you have this animal that you have to not only care for off duty, but then take to work and organize it and bring it in. All those pieces, that's a huge commitment. So
huge.
Yeah, thanks for raising your hand to do that. I know there's a lot of people who want to talk, so we'll be quiet now and open up. I'm going to open up public comment here in the board chambers. A lot of people. We're going to take the first one.
Good morning. My name is Renee Bartels. I'm the current president of the Rudiger Foundation. And I'd like to thank Sheriff Moon and Deputy Klinkenbeard for your support and your great comments regarding our foundation. We are a fully volunteer board. I have my board members here today. And just so that you know, we have no paid staff. All of our donations go towards the support of our foundation and our canines. We have funded 10 canines, and with Sheriff Moon's new canine, that will make 11 that we have funded. And we will also continue to fund our canines through retirement. So Ranger will be supported by Rudiger Foundation. For the public's knowledge, I just wanted to share some history. In 2015, the predecessor of Rudiger Foundation was established with the intention to provide a single canine officer to Nevada City Police Department. By 2017, it became evident that all of our local law enforcement agencies would benefit by having dogs that assist in protection, narcotics detection, and tracking. We have been proud to also provide ongoing canine resources to Grass Valley Police Department, Nevada County Sheriff's Office, and California State Parks. It is a commitment that our board has to serve our community. We believe in what the canines do to support our law enforcement, and that is what really motivates us to continue to do the best we can for our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for the contributions as well. Any callers on the line?
No, Chair.
Okay. Any other public comment here in the board chambers? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to close public comment, and I think we're going to have the Deputy Sheriff's Association present Ranger and his handler, Josh, with the retirement badge and shadow box. All right.
Yeah, thank you, Board. Unfortunately, the Deputy Sheriff Association could not be here today. Their president suffered an injury over the weekend, and then there was the hang-up with the order for the badge. So that's actually going to be presented separately at a later time to Josh and to Ranger.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sorry.
I think as a Board of Supervisors, we want to get a picture with everybody up here if we can. We also have something to present Ranger. It's a Board of Supervisors challenge coin, and this was Jeffrey, Chief of Staff Thorsby made this, and we just want to present it on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to Ranger. So please come on up and we'll get a photo and do that. We have a couple of large items coming up. We're going to take a very quick bio break here.
Chair Bullock, I do
Yes.
believe we need a vote for that resolution.
Thank you.
Yes.
Pointing that out. I'm moving too quick. I will now entertain a motion, and this is a resolution to transfer ownership of K-9 Officer Ranger from Nevada County Sheriff to Deputy Joshua Stannis.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. With that, congratulations again. Take a really quick bio break. We'll be right back with you. Call the meeting back into order here, and this is moving on to number 40. This is County Executive Officer Allison Lehman. It's a resolution approving a professional services contract between the County of Nevada and Nelco Architecture, Inc., DBA Nelson, for a highest and best use study for the potential reuse of the Nevada County Courthouse for a maximum contract amount of $295,000 for the period of May 28, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, and authorizing the chair of the Board of Supervisors to execute the contract and directing the auditor controller to amend fiscal year 23-24 county executive office and other sources and uses budget. This will require a 4/5 affirmative vote. And with that, we'll turn it over to our CEO, Allison Lehman.
Thank you, Chair Bullock. I'm going to introduce Assistant CEO Caleb Dardick, who will be presenting this item. I'd also like to recognize our guest, City Manager Grayson and Mayor Fernandez from Nevada City, who will be presenting the item as well. So thank you both for being here. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lehman. Good morning, Chair Bullock and Supervisors. Does that seem more echoey than usual?
Seems okay, yeah.
All right, just my ears. All right, good morning. Really pleased to be presenting this. In addition to our guest from Nevada City that just introduced, we also have David Crody from Nelson, who will be the project lead. He's also on screen, coming in remotely. I think we all have acknowledged, and certainly the board has acknowledged at the last several board workshops, concern about the future of the Nevada County Courthouse in historic downtown. We all understand that there's been a huge effort over the years and advocacy on the part of the county and the city to retain the courthouse function in the town. But we understand that the final decision has been made by the state to move forward with a new location at a new site. And we expect that construction to take place 2026, 2028, but in the next 5 years. And so it's been very important to our supervisors. Supervisor Hall has co-chaired, along with Mayor Fernandez, a joint courthouse reuse project for several years now, with the idea of what can we do as a community to ensure that this is not a vacant building. We understand from the court's study that they did that their plan for the building is to, quote, mothball it, which would be securing it, making sure it doesn't deteriorate physically, but no plans for its reuse. So it's really upon the community to figure out that path forward. And so I'd like to credit Steve Monahan and others who have suggested that the county conduct a highest and best use study, a collaborative community-based process that would involve stakeholders to identify what could this building be reused for that is realistic and that would be something that could be accomplished in today's market. And so that is the presentation that you'll be hearing, where we went through a very lengthy RFP process. So I want to thank Desiree and the purchasing team for their excellent work. We had a very competitive process. We had a number of good proposals, 4 that we particularly liked, 2 that we took to interviews, and then ultimately are recommending to you today to execute a contract, a 1-year contract with Nelson to conduct this study. The outcome of the study, and again, David will go into more detail, is to really provide recommendations that can be then used and put forward on the market for private sector developers or public-private partnerships to come together and propose a use that is supported by the community, supported by you and stakeholders, and one that is viable and will ensure that we don't have a vacant property. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Fernandez and City Manager Grayson to speak to this process as well.
Good morning, Chair Bullock, members of the board. Thank you for your leadership and collaboration in regards to the future reuse of the Nevada City Courthouse. I am representing the City of Nevada City with our City Manager, Sean Grayson, and just want to say that we appreciate Supervisor Hall's commitment to this project and ensuring that it is good for Nevada City and good for all of Nevada County, and we want to thank the board for your efforts here today. With the high likelihood that the court will move out of the historic courthouse in the next 6 years, Planning for future reuse of the building now is essential. Nevada City knows well what it means to lose a historic building into disrepair and not use. It is would be a significant loss to our community, as we see very well at the bottom of Broad Street. We don't have any preconceived notions of what the ultimate outcome will be, but we are certain that the community will come out in droves, I assure you, to share their thoughts and opinions. From my perspective, it's essential that the project honor the truth that the current courthouse was developed on Nisenan territory that was never ceded, and that the redevelopment be viewed through that lens. Second, the project should be respectful of the history, of the architecture, of the existing building, and its place in Nevada City. Although the Art Moderne style building may appear slightly out of place in a large Gold Rush and Victorian era historic district, the 1937 remodel of the courthouse, corresponding with a similar remodel of City Hall, makes for an amazing mixing of architectural genres. Our courthouse is literally the beacon on the hill as you come into town, with the top of the facade visible over the rest of the historic downtown. Lastly, the repurposing must be aligned with the replacement of the economic engine that the courthouse provides in Nevada City's downtown. Although it will certainly be different, it is important that the reuse either provide similar economics as the $6 million engine that is the current courthouse, or provide different but equally important value, such as housing. Again, we do not know what the outcome will be, but holding to those three tenets will be important throughout the process. With the leadership of the board, the collaboration of the city, and the input of the community, I am sure that Nelson Consultant Team will help us get to an amazing project in the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Fernandez. And with that, I'd like to introduce David Crody to walk us through the process and timeline for the highest and best use study.
Thanks, Caleb. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. It's always a little tough presenting right after a hero like Ranger, but I'll do my best and am very excited to be here. Again, my name is David Crody. I'm an architect with Nelson Worldwide. We are an architecture firm with a broad range of services, but I'm representing our whole team, which also includes a historic architect, an economic advisor, and a cost estimator. And that way we can make sure that everything that we propose makes sense from a historic perspective, from an economic perspective, and of course that we can afford to do whatever proposal we move forward with. Next slide, please. So I know this is a little tough to see, but the important part here is over in the upper left hand, you can see 4 different colors. And each one of these represents a different portion of the study. In part 1, we're just going to be doing some project planning. And then in part 2, we're going to be developing the project concepts and options. And then in part 3, we'll evaluate all the options that we've developed. And then finally, lastly, we will document those findings. And this is a schedule, and essentially the schedule shows that we'll be starting here shortly and that we should be ending the project early next year. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go through each one of these points that you see for each one of the different portions of the study and give you a little bit more detail into each one of those. Next slide, please. So in part 1, again, this is project planning. We will start off with a kickoff meeting. And the kickoff meeting is just to bring all of the initial stakeholders together and to go over what it is that we're trying to achieve, the process that we'll go through, and just sort of make sure that everybody understands the project that we're trying to do. And this will be remotely. This will be remotely held so that we can get participation from a wide group of folks. Concurrent to that, we will be looking at the study that was performed by the Judicial Council that looked at the existing courthouse. And we'll look at the report, we'll read it, and then we'll summarize all the salient issues that will have an impact on the work that we're going to be doing moving forward. So for example, we'll look for, if there are any sort of red flags when it comes to, for example, the utilities that are servicing the building, we'll make sure that we highlight that. If there are specific things related to the historic value of the building that are captured in this report, we will summarize that as well. So this way we have sort of a really good foundation on things to pay attention to as we develop our report. Next slide, please. Again, now we're in project planning. And 1.2, this is really a very important aspect of the project. What we'll be doing here is we will be meeting with the steering committee, and the steering committee will be comprised of folks that are determined by the Nelson Group and also by the county and city. And these will be a smaller group of folks that really make sure that the project is staying on track and that we're following what the goal of the report and project really are. And what we're going to be doing at this first meeting is, well, we'll tour the building as a group, and that allows us to sort of establish a common language and to look at things and say, we really like the way that is, or, that portion over there is a bit troublesome. And we will also have a visioning session. And what a visioning session is, it really defines the goals of the project. What does success look like at the end of this project? What is it that we're really trying to achieve? So it creates sort of our North Star for what the project will be. What is the direction that we want to go in? In addition to that, we will develop criteria that we will use to evaluate the different options that we develop throughout the entire process. It's important to come up with these evaluation criteria early on in the project. That way, you make sure that it meets those sort of goals that I was talking about a moment ago, but also that you don't try to have the criteria match whatever you think is the best option. We want to be clear-eyed about this, we want to be objective, and we want to make sure that we evaluate things based on this sort of common purpose that we've developed together. So this 1.2 is just a really important setting the table for moving forward with the project. Following that, we will be starting to reach out to the industry leaders in the community. And what this is going to be, it's our economic advisor will be interviewing different folks to try to get a better understanding of what type of project would fit into the community at large. What type of project would fit into this building and into the fabric of the community? So this will take our economic advisor interviewing various stakeholders, various business leaders and community leaders to really develop this idea of what might work. Additionally, she will be reviewing what happened in other communities in a sort of a similar situation and try to develop a model of potential uses for this. We will be meeting with the steering committee, and our designers will also be looking at the building itself. So parallel to looking, outreach to the stakeholders and to the business community, we will be looking at the building and seeing what are some various options that we have with the building. And we'll be looking at it from a very broad range. Some of these ideas won't be good, but some of them will be good. But we want to make sure that we have a very broad range of options that we're considering here. And it might include, okay, we'll demolish this portion of it, we'll renovate this portion of it, or we'll keep the entire thing intact. So it really is trying to look at the building from a very, very broad perspective. And now that we have sort of those two different ideas, the economic feasibility aspect of it, and then sort of the constructability aspect of it, we're creating a pretty big list of potential options. Next slide, please. Now, 1.5, it says community outreach, but what it really is it's a community outreach plan. So we will develop a plan on how we outreach to the community, who we make sure that we target, and without having gone through it yet, from what I've heard from the county and the city, is that our goal is to be as inclusive as possible and to make sure that we hear all of the voices from the community that want to be heard. So we will develop a plan that sort of fits that general approach. And then we will have our first community focus group meeting. The community focus group really it's a smaller group of community members who are very interested in this project or very interested in how it might impact the community. So it's a smaller group of people, and we'll be meeting with them first to get their feedback and then incorporate their feedback into our approach. And then we will have our first at-large community meeting. And what we do at these meetings is we explain where, sort of what the project is, where we plan on going with the project, and the work that we've done to date. So as you'll note, we've done a little bit of work to date already. We've sort of started to interview stakeholders for businesses, and we've started to develop options. So we'll share these options with the focus group and with the at-large community, and that way we get their input. And we hope we get more ideas. We hope we get some, our goal here is really to come up with the highest and best use. And the way that you can do that best is to really be open-minded and listen to different folks. We will also present what our thoughts are for evaluating the different proposals that we eventually come up with. And that way, at this point, we haven't developed any options yet, but at this point, we can get the entire community's feedback on all of these different aspects that we're starting to develop. And that way, we can incorporate the better comments so that we can move forward with sort of our best foot forward, going in the right direction. Again, we'll be looking toward that North Star. And at the end of the community meetings, we meet with the steering committee. When I say we, I mean the Nelson team meets with the steering committee, and we talk about all of these different pieces that we've been hearing, the input that we've been given, what we heard, what they heard, and then we'll sort of summarize it into a nice, neat little package so that we can start to move forward. Next slide, please. So now that we've got all this input from the community, we've got the input from the steering committee, we've already dipped our toes in the water, and we're understanding the project better. Now we really start to develop a long list of projects. And so that's what this slide is meant to show, is that we'll have a lot of different diagrams. And of course, this is from a different project. This is not your project, but an example. So we'll start to look at all the different options that we think are viable, and we will create a very long list of those. And what we've found by doing projects like this in the past is that there really tends to be a clear demarcation between the viable and the less likely options. So we'll find that dividing line between sort of the good and the not so good, and we'll focus in on the good ones. And typically that ends up being 3 projects, 3 potential options that we have. So we'll really start to focus in on those 3 potential options. Also during this phase, and I should have said this is developing the projects phase. After the long list, we do have a steering committee meeting just so that we can go through what the long list ideas are. And then we'll have another meeting with the steering committee once we've focused in on the 3. That way, everything that we're doing along the way is fully transparent. We're not doing anything, we're not developing anything further without getting feedback from folks, because we really view the collaboration between our team and the county and the city and the stakeholders to be critical for its project success. Next slide, please. So now that we've developed now that we're looking at these 3 options, we've selected the top 3 options. Now we really start to dive in deeper to these 3 options. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll have a cost estimator on board. So we will have an architectural solution to the 3 options, and we will have an economic solution to the 3 options. So basically, we will have, a high-level diagram of what we think are the best fits for this building. From there, we have our cost estimator take a look at, okay, well, what are the costs for doing this? What is it going to cost to, for example, renovate this portion of the building or to demolish this portion of the building? So that each one of the 3 options now has, not only do we have sort of the architectural and economic solution to it, but now we know a rough order of magnitude cost estimate. Once we have this cost estimate, now we can dive in and start evaluating each of the three options that we have. So in this case, we created the criteria early on. We got feedback from the community and fine-tuned that criteria. Now we use the criteria that we previously developed and we look at each of the three options and we see how well they score based on those options. And although we haven't said this yet, I suspect that we will add a score to the cost as well. Because as I understand, Nevada County, like just about all counties, actually have a specific budget that they have for things. So we're going to want to know what the cost of each of these things are, and we'll very likely sort of fold that into the overall score for each one of the three projects. So after the design team has evaluated the three options, and we do this independently, then we go back to the steering committee and we get their feedback. Do they agree with the approach that we took and the scoring that we provided these? And we get their feedback. And when it makes it in the feedback that they give, as it makes things better, we will revise or fine tune the scoring that we had. That way we make sure that we're scoring things as fairly as possible. After that steering committee meeting, we go back to the community focus group and we go through the entire process that we've gone through. We transparently explain what we're doing and where we've landed right now, and we get their feedback. And then again, we start to incorporate their feedback. And then this allows us to provide a presentation to the at-large community. And again, we'll just go through everything that we've done so that the process that we're doing is very transparent and open, and that we collaborate with folks, that we continue to get their feedback along the way. And again, this is so that we have the best results. And then we have yet another steering committee meeting. And again, this is where we try to fold in all the comments that we've heard and make sure that we're taking things in the right approach. Next slide, please. So at this point, we've developed all of the options, we've evaluated the options, we've heard back from the community focus group, we've heard back from the community at large group, and so now our team is going to document everything that we've done. And so we'll create a draft report, and then we will submit that to the steering committee so that they have an opportunity to review and fine tune it, and then we will create a final report on that. And then, of course, we will give a presentation to the county and city on what the final report is. So that's all that I have. I'm happy to help with any questions.
Thank you, David. Really appreciate that overview, and we'll turn it back to the board for questions.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. David, thanks for calling in, and Mayor Fernandez and Sean, thanks for showing up and being a part of it with us today. I think maybe because there's a lot of technicality associated with that presentation, maybe we could do board questions and then go to public comment and then do board comments after that, if it works for everybody. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Hall for any questions.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this, and I'll save my comments for after public comment, and I have no questions at this time.
Supervisor Swarthout.
So I have a couple questions. I haven't been involved in this at all, but super exciting project. And I know there's nobody from facilities here, so you might not be able to answer this question, but how many square feet total is the building in the annex? Does anybody know?
David, do you know this offhand?
You know, I seem to recall it somewhere around 85,000 square feet. That's a ballpark.
Okay. And then so I know there's plans in place for the new courthouse. They're still deciding on a location, but is there a time frame when the new courthouse will actually be constructed and open?
The courthouse put out a document, and I think Sean can speak to this as well, that the first authorization of funding, which was a little over $8 million for site acquisition, included a timeline which showed construction starting after 2026. But we've also heard it could be as late as 2028. So I think it's still a pretty open, but Sean, why don't you add to that?
Yes, that's correct. They update their website frequently, but they show a move-in date currently of January of 2030.
2030, okay, so about 5.5 years away. The only reason that I bring this up is as we're looking to planning the uses for the reuse of this property, I'm assuming that we're going to be continuing our court operations in that building until the new courthouse is open. So there's no plan for a temporary. So I guess my comment would be that we need, as we are looking at the planning for this, that we look at any dollars into 2030 numbers versus figuring out what it's going to cost in today's dollars. So I'm hoping that that's going to be part of the study that they're working on, because as we know, costs go up, and I don't want to see like a similar situation that's unfortunately happened with the HEW building, where it's just sitting there, and it's been sitting there for a long time. I guess it's mothballed, for lack of a better word. And this is such an important site to Nevada City, to the whole community. So I really want to make sure that we get this right.
So,
That's
Supervisors,
a great
without-
comment. Well, I just wanted to assure you that our cost estimator will be doing exactly what you've recommended. We will be escalating costs likely to the midpoint of construction. And I can say, with the Judicial Council, is that one reason why there's no firm date as to why things are moving forward is it because there is a certain amount of sort of governmental processes that need to take place. And I know right now it's going a little bit slower than initially anticipated. They need to go through the Department of General Services in order to get funding approval at various stages. And I know that that's a little bit behind what they initially expected.
And I was just going to echo those thoughts. That's an excellent point that you brought up, and we'll make sure that the cost projections factor in 2030 dollars.
And if I could just, a point of clarification for the public, the HEW building is privately owned, and so we don't have much control over that. The courthouse, I don't know if you mentioned this for the general public, also is jointly owned by the state and the county, and we expect that it will be given over, ceded, sold to the county at some point, so we will be fully responsible for that one.
Good points to bring up, Supervisor Schofield.
Well, I think Heidi just answered the question that I had. Was I heard you say that the state was recommending to just mothball the building, and I was curious what involvement will the state have with this study? Any?
We've certainly been keeping the court executive officer educated and aware of what's going on, and so we appreciate that relationship. We're still very much focused on, as you know, maintaining the building collaboratively with them and making sure the roof is taken care of, other issues. But the long-term planning for the use isn't one that they're engaged in.
Okay, thank you.
And just a quick question, though, can they sell it? I mean, we could do all for this. Could the state sell it? And would we be left out of that loop?
That's a great, I don't know the answer whether the state could sell their interest in the building or not. That seems...
Yeah, we can lean on county council, but we can also look at what's happening across the state. And usually the state turns over the courthouse to the local jurisdiction and then brings their focus to the new facility.
Yeah, those are my questions centered on the ownership and the timeline associated with the transfer of ownership. And I think, is it 50-50 or is it 51-49 now?
It's 51-49.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that's a good point of clarification for future presentations and maybe just...
Yeah, we'll certainly research that.
Okay, thanks. And then my question, just one brief, the timeline that you put up there, David, it's really aggressive for, just in my opinion. Is that, you're pretty sure that timeline's going to work for you and for the consultant team and the community?
Yeah, I can assure you that it can work for the consulting team. What I found in projects like this is that sometimes it's harder to get together the community group, along this schedule. So we are, we're open to working with the county and the community in order to meet everyone's schedule. I can say that the schedule we've put together is faster than what was in the initial RFP. So we do have, meet with you as you all are available. But I agree, it is aggressive, it's achievable, but we would need everything to sort of fall into place.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, the contract as written is for a year.
It's for 1 year. Okay. Any other questions from the board? And we'll go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back. I'm good. Seeing no additional questions here, we'll just go ahead and open up public comment on this item. Mr. Taylor.
Hello, Chair and Board. Michael Taylor, District 1. I have a few concerns. The first one is, did this go out for bid for other companies? This is $250,000 coming out of the general funds. I also believe that this is the cart ahead of the horse. The state hasn't even figured out what they're going to do with creating a new courthouse. This project timeline is a 6-month project timeline for $250,000. It's probably going to become obsolete within a short period of time. I also want to point out that Lisa's comments, that it's 85,000 square feet. And 85,000 square feet in today's cost to remodel would be a minimum of $17 million. And again, is the county prepared to spend $17 million to refurbish this building? Is that a commitment now? It's been part of spending $250,000 to figure out what we can do with the building. I think that this contract probably has already been decided to be signed, and I think that it's a mistake. The other part of this, the comments I'd like to make is, where was I going to go with this? I was going to suggest another possibility for how to go about the use of this building. When you guys know, when the county knows that they're going to get the building and it's theirs, I would recommend that you put out your own parameters of ideas for doing design build to suit. In other words, instead of using county money to remodel this, that you use private money to remodel it, and you put it out to bid for people design to build. And that basically means that you have a set of parameters. You explain to these contractors or these developers what you're interested in, and then they present you at their cost a design for the building and its use in those guidelines. Let's just say it's housing, or let's say it's office building, or whatever it's going to be. I think that's the right way to go for the county, is to do a design build aspect that doesn't cost us money through the general fund. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
I'm happy to answer more questions about design build to see if that's an avenue that the county might consider.
Thanks for your comments. Yeah, I think just to clarify, it's not $750,000. This contract in front of us is $295,000. So just want to clarify that.
No, I said $250,000.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Maybe I misheard you. Didn't hear properly. And then just on the bidding process, Caleb, could you just give
Of course. Thank you for the question. We ran the RFP process through our regular purchasing project. We put it out in October of last year and received the bids in January, so there was plenty of time for people to learn about it. We also promoted the opportunity through all of our public sources, and then had a internal with some external stakeholders involved in reviewing and scoring all of them as well.
Thank you for clarifying. And then, David, this is a question for you on the public-private partnership. You touched on the ability, and obviously that's a huge component of the planning and the piece, but understand that is a part of it, correct? Yeah, okay, thank you. With that.
And just for a little clarification, is that we will be looking at different delivery methods. I know the gentleman mentioned design build as one potential option. And so we will absolutely be looking at different delivery methods like design build going into this. And because this is what we do for a living, we are familiar with design build and all these different delivery methods. And we won't leave any stone unturned when it comes to that sort of approach.
Excellent. Thank you for answering that. Any callers on the line?
Yes, Chair, we do have one caller.
Okay, let's bring them in.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Matthew Coulter, Grass Valley Public Enemy #1. Having spent more time in that building than all you folks combined, I can honestly say it's super, super toxic currently. You walk around the corner where there's no restrictions and there's signs that say must put on hazmat, asbestos gear and such. So 5 years from now, there'll probably be a bunch of more cancer cases. I highly recommend you research the people that have lived and worked in that building for so many years and see how their health is doing. To build a new facility, I just don't have any faith in our local justice system. I think the DA's office is totally corrupt. I think the courts are corrupt. And it's just a monument to a decaying system that we seem to want to keep poking at. Instead of dealing with, like right now, there's a whole bunch of mental health crises going on with the fire department and the police there with children. So I don't know how this big project is going to help those folks, but I guess once they become adults, they'll be in the adult, juvenile, or adult justice system, and they will continue to employ hundreds of people in the counties that are basically unemployable. That's what I see when I go in that building. There's a lot of folks that have parties and do different things that don't really pertain to what we're paying for. It's very sad what's become of our justice system locally here, and the fact that the Board of Supervisors are funding it and see no problem with it, and actually worship it and think it's like some kind of a
Matthew, this is about the building. This is just about the facility. Please.
Correct. And you're going to spend millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to build a new building while the people in the jail have crotch rot and that are dying of mold poisoning because nobody will take care of our current facilities that we have in place. I've gone to environmental health. I've gone to the state. No one really cares. No one cares. Okay? Carry on.
Thank you for your comments, Matthew. Any other comments here in the board chambers regarding the reuse? Step on up, sir. Thank you.
Paul Schwartz. I'd just like to say that when the building was originally designed, we didn't have air conditioning. And they designed the buildings to use passive techniques to cool. And then when air conditioning came along, we put massive mechanical systems into the building that were very difficult to install. We might go back and look at the original passive designs as part of the renovation to re-enable them and support them with whatever mechanical we had. The second thing is I would put serious consideration into the seismic quality of the building, because that will affect everything from day one on how renovation takes place. It's a beautiful building, definitely worthy of saving.
Thanks for the insight there. Any other public comments regarding the courthouse reuse project in front of us? No? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board, and I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hall.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for all the work they've put into this so far. This is going to be a long-term project, which will require a lot of work, but we've had a very open, very collaborative process, which we will continue to have. So thanks, Caleb, to you and your team for doing the analysis to find the right person to do this longest and best used study. And then just a huge nod and comment about Nevada City and us being partners. Right now, the state and the county have to be partners in the current site. We expect it will end up in our hands, but it is central to Nevada City's economy, economic vitality, as well as being incredibly visible and historic. And so what we end up doing with that site has got to work economically for the county, and we will be searching for funds for whatever we end up with, but it has got to work for the city in every way possible. So I appreciate the ongoing collaboration that we've had, Mayor and City Manager, and expect that to continue. And I really look forward to Nelson's analysis. I think he's got it right. We got a little preview of this before this was brought to the board, and I think you've heard the message loud and clear that community collaboration and input is going to be really important here. And I know that if people in Nevada City show up at those meetings, we'll get some really creative and great ideas about what we can do with that space. So when we step away from the fact that the building is old and is going to require a lot of work, and we'll have to find money to do all that, I think this is really an incredible opportunity for the city and city residents and the county and folks who are interested to find a really great use for that building and help hopefully not just replace the $6 million that it generates there, but to enhance the whole area as a whole, keep Nevada City fiscally sane and viable, and help us at the county not have to dig into a lot of general funds for that. So really excited about the process, and thank everyone for their collaboration on this.
Thank you. Supervisor Hook?
I think I'm good for now. I think this is a big process. I have a hard time looking at that building and how we're going to spend dollars on it. I'm just going to say it's a beautiful building. What are we going to do for it? And I'm worried about we're spending money now, and what's it going to be 5 years with new rules and regulations with building? That seems to be a challenge in California as we see it. And so that is a bit, that's challenging for me. I think that, for all the things you write, we need to do it. I agree with you. It's a focal point in Nevada City, and it's got to do something that's going to be viable for the whole community. But it is going to cost the county. It's going to be a county finance, and that one's a little challenging. So looking for that funding. But until we know what the best use and purpose is, we really can't move forward with that too. So I appreciate the work, and I do think the people in Nevada City will come out and be a part of this discussion. I think it's been a big discussion for a couple of years now. And we saw that with the campaign of Save Our Courthouse, right? There was a lot of interest in that. So I'm going to say be pleasantly optimistic about where we lead on that. How's that for now?
Thank you. Supervisor Schofield?
Well, I have to admit that the first time that I saw this, it did seem like an awful lot of money to come up with conclusions that we probably, or the committee, could come up with on their own. But really, in further thinking about this, first of all, again, I'm South County. I haven't been working on this like this team has. So we have to recognize that there's been a lot of work that's gone into this before it's reached this process and this decision to move ahead. And then thinking, Lisa, you brought up the HEW building, and yes, as Heidi says, it's not ours, but it was ours, and it wasn't that long ago that we basically gave it away that we didn't have the problems with it. So I think one of the things that this study can do is really identify what are the options and identify what are the issues that you're going to face if you're going to be going in this direction for this particular move. So I think it's a very positive thing. And I also think that by doing it now, here again, it's going to cost us that much more. And we're going to reach that point where this type of study is going to be needed regardless, unless we do something similar to the HEW, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to just say, here, you take it, it's your problem. So I think this is a good thing, and I certainly support it.
Thanks, Ed. Supervisor Swarthout?
So Ed just made my point, and the reason that I mentioned the HEW building, because that is an example of the county selling an asset that they had to get out from under it, because the expense of tearing it down or doing something to it was far greater than what we could afford to do. I'm assuming at the county. I wasn't here when all that happened, but I don't want to see that same thing happen in Nevada City either. This is a vibrant downtown location with a lot of opportunity. I like the process that the consultant is using on this. I think it's open. I think it allows for everybody to come forward and for people to have buy-in so that everyone's on the same page with what's going to happen. I mean, I have a million ideas for what could happen in that building, but I will stay in my lane because I am District 3, and I have full faith and confidence in the people who are moving forward with this. But if you ever want to have an offline conversation about some ideas, I'd be happy to share them. Just having been in a downtown business environment for many, many years and seeing some really large buildings in Grass Valley that have changed hands, and they've been very lucky there with private investment to make sure that the historic building stayed historic, but nothing to this magnitude of 85,000 square feet. So I look forward to watching the process and something really great coming out of it.
Thank you. Yeah, my comments are very similar. I'm a little concerned on the understanding the state of California and the court's timing, and just because it is the governing kind of controlling obstacle for the cost and escalations of cost and construction timing, and just being dependent on the state of California has its obvious challenges. So that's just one piece that I'm throwing out there as a concern. But the cost and the cost of the county, I think, is other Supervisor Hookey brought that up. I think that's obviously a concern. I kind of see the building as it's absolutely iconic for Nevada City, and we have to be a part of making sure it's used in the right way, supporting our community as a whole and kind of the region as a whole, really. So absolutely supportive of this contract. I have a lot of faith in the consultant team, and I think they're the fact that they kind of winded out the way they did, it makes me optimistic. The one piece that we talked about, and I like you had a diagram up there with, I think it was 12 alternatives, and then you had the refined or final alternatives. In my process of working through different visioning, things like this, take enough time to present the draft alternatives so you don't go into meetings and spend your entire time talking about, well, did you guys think of this? I'm sure you thought of that, but because if you can present the draft alternatives, then you can cut all of that precursory conversation out, and you can get to the heart of the matter, which is where are we going, right? And so that would just be if I had any piece of advice, looking closely at that. So the community really understands you thought of all this stuff, and you went through all these processes, and you brought all these data points, and you have a screening criteria matrix and all that stuff you did, put it in there, put it online, point people to the website, and let them understand the big process you went through, and then you can get on to the real meat of the conversation, which is what are we doing here in this community. But just like Member Swarthout, or Supervisor Swarthout, I have all kinds of great, bright ideas that nobody probably wants to hear, but it's going to be so cool to see them come out. I'm just totally stoked. And I'm really supportive of triple P agreements. I think they're the future of bringing money and equity to bear on community-driven problems and community, big capital infrastructure, things like this. I think it's where it's at. So. With that, any other comments from the board? Go ahead.
I just want to say I appreciate my colleagues' comments and questions, and there's some good questions in there that we need to follow up on. But also, your input is also desired. It is going to be a county building. So this, while we love to have Nevada City residents show up because it's in their midst, anyone in the county, we welcome your input.
Nice. Any closing comments from the mayor? Awesome. Thanks for coming today. With that, I think we have done public comment. Go ahead, Supervisor Hook.
Question. So when we get ready to, we're doing the study. So, and nothing about this, I just want to engage the city too with the challenges of sometimes with that planning. So I'm glad we're collaborating. So having a decision, because you talk about the HEW building a little bit, and there's been projects out there that don't move forward. So I'm glad we're on the same page. I think that's going to be really important so that making changes or doing those challenges are agreed upon so that we aren't stuck with another building that's just mothballed. Because I think that's hard. This one's right in the middle of the city. HEW is kind of tucked out there, right? So we don't want that to be a challenge. And I know that is part of it because it's not really up to just the county to do the building and the changes. Has to be agreed on with the city and your planning, and that can stifle things. So I hope that's a real part of this conversation.
Yeah, great point. Okay, seeing no additional comments, we'll go ahead and close the board discussion. I'll look for a motion to adopt this.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Awesome. Thanks, Caleb.
All right, thank you so much.
We're going to take, we have an item at 11 o'clock, so we're just going to take a really quick break. We'll be right back here at 5 minutes or so to 11. Okay, welcome back. It's hard to contain my enthusiasm for this topic. Yes, we got there. The Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. This is item number 41, Community Development Agency Director Tricia Tillotson. And this is a resolution to adopt the Nevada County Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan and authorize the Community Development Agency Director or designee to incorporate any minor changes before publishing the final version. So what we have is a draft, and we're open to comments here. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Erica Seward, and we're really looking forward to your presentation, and over to you.
Thank you, Chair Bullock and honorable supervisors. Erica Seward, Senior Analyst and Project Manager for the item before you, which is a resolution to adopt the final draft of the Nevada County Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. So this project began on September 27th, 2022, with your board's approval to accept the grant award from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and to award the project contract to our consulting team, Design Workshop, who is here with us today, including Principal Stephanie Grigsby to my right, and subcontractors here in person, Kristen York with SBC and Steve Randall, and then joining us online, Steve Eckhart with Dudek, and Kaylin O'Brien-Feeney with Quantified Ventures. I'd like to say thank you again to the Sierra Nevada Conservancy for supporting this multi-year effort and the many agency and community stakeholders, staff, and experts who have contributed to the development of this plan. Today we'll be providing a short presentation updating from the previous work shared at the past 2 board workshops, and welcome time for discussion and comment afterwards before requesting your board's approval. So with that, I will turn it over to Stephanie.
Thank you, Erica, and thank you, board. As we begin reviewing the draft plan for your consideration, we like to start countywide recreation plans with a vision to understand where recreation wants to be as part of the county's portfolio. And for Nevada County, as we worked with stakeholders and the community, what we heard was really a connected and coordinated system of recreation, that it works together. There's a number of different partners that work together, from land managers, residents, volunteers, and users, to enhance recreation access and opportunity, while also stewarding our natural, cultural, and agricultural resources. So it's this piece of providing access, improving access, but balancing that with stewardship and recognition of the importance of our natural landscapes. We also recognize the importance and the co-benefits of recreation. The Bureau of Economic Analysis has documented the economic impacts of recreation from 2019 to 2022. In the state of California, there was a 13% increase in the economic impact of outdoor recreation, and that continues to increase annually. We also recognize, especially in Nevada County, the importance of arts and culture as it's embedded in our expression and our appreciation of the outdoor lands, from the appreciation of both the landscape itself, but then also the connection that brings and the expression of that through arts and culture, and the economic impact that arts and culture also has within Nevada County. We also recognize the importance of agricultural resources as a part of our recreation system. Not only do agricultural and working lands provide economic impact to the county, but they also provide a sense of place. They provide open space, they provide scenic character, and then they also provide balance back towards ecotourism and other aspects. And then also health and wellness, connecting to the outdoors has been proven to improve overall health and wellness, which is important to all residents. The outcomes of this plan are really informed through a number of conversations and input channels. Throughout the time span of the process, we've connected with focus groups, had interviews in small groups and in large group discussions, really leverage the existing groups, the Recreation Coalition, the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort, in the eastern part of the county, the Convene, Champion, and Catalyze group, and then also the working group and core team made up of county staff. We engaged with those, the community and residents in 3 different windows, 3 different engagement windows. Each time we heard responses from across the county. The first countywide survey, we asked about needs, what the barriers and goals should be for recreation. During our second touch, we really dove into what project recommendations community members would recommend. And then after we spoke and provided an update at the beginning of the year in January, we had a third survey window sharing the key projects from the master plan, and then also asked community members what they felt the role of the county should be in recreation. And we have those results here today. So as we described in January, all of the research and the community input was distilled into a system of 8 focus areas with projects related to each of these recreation focus areas identified. I will pause to say that as part of the project lists that have been developed, each of those projects themselves would go through their own individual design and permitting process. So the plan itself is not subject to CEQA. Each individual project itself would go through their environmental review process independently of the overall plan. But you can see here the suite of those 8 focus areas, which we'll touch on today in a little bit more detail. As I mentioned, the input on the master plan that we received after our update in January, we asked the question about how much do you agree or disagree with the overall 8 focus areas for recreation improvements that had been described in the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. 75% of all respondents responded that they either agree or strongly agreed with those recommendations for those 8 focus areas. And then we asked people to prioritize their top 3. We asked this in 2 different ways, and in each question, in each way we asked it, the top 3 tier, the first tier of projects as priorities were river access management, the suite of projects around towns to towns trail system, and then also the community and regional park system. So looking a little bit more deeply into those 8 focus areas, the community and regional park system, within that focus area, this really talks about those areas where you have parks, playgrounds, sports fields, and more recreation programming piece. One of the projects and identifications was a need for additional community park space, specifically in the Bear River Recreation and Parks District area. As part of our survey at the beginning of the year, we also asked a suite of additional questions for the recreation and park districts in Western Nevada County for residents that are identified as living within those districts, and asked what level of importance they felt additional community park space was. So you can see respondents from Nevada City and Bear River Recreation and Park Districts really also agreed with this need for additional community park space, so access to play fields, playgrounds, and those types of facilities, while also continuing to enhance our existing parks. We're excited as part of each of these different focus areas that there's momentum moving forward. So not only are there, is there identified opportunities within the plan, but there's also recognition that there's movement moving forward in many of them to advance those areas. So for the community and regional park system, there's different projects moving forward for each of the recreation districts, but there's also school district bonds, grants, and AB 1600 funding as well. Our second focus area is around Recreation and Resiliency Hub Network. The highlights associated with this focus area is really about maximizing the use of existing buildings and facilities and leveraging those partnerships between different organizations to really maximize the use of those facilities prior to building something new. And then also to think about providing a network of resiliency hubs throughout the county so that each community has an opportunity to access cooling centers, warming centers, or other facilities in times of needs. Those resiliency centers, 99% of the time, would provide a community level function, but in that 1% time that it needs to flex and provide a resource in times of emergency or climate changes, it is designed to be able to function in those situations as well. There's, as part of the plan, which Kristen will talk about next, there's a series of grants and opportunities to move and advance this project forward. But we're also really excited to talk a little bit about one of the projects, there's a featured project within each of the focus areas, but one of the ones we wanted to share with you here was that after our update in January, we had a design charrette, or an intense work session with the Oak Tree Park and Recreation District, looking at the Oak Tree Community Park and the overall campus in that area, and really the function that that facility and those properties play with the library and then the North San Juan Family Resource Center, and the opportunities to just provide some updates and some maintenance updates to really allow that park to really elevate its purpose and ability to be able to provide community function. In particular, some of the things that we found were the ability for the library to provide Wi-Fi, which is one of those limited areas of Wi-Fi access in this location, while also really providing a very core function for community gathering as well. So we've looked at opportunities to address some deferred maintenance, to really elevate the adjacencies and the collaboration between the groups, and then also to look at some of the opportunities for placemaking with the natural resources there, and then also the cultural resources, and opportunities for implementation through Prop 64 grant funding, and then also the Measure A bond. Our next focus area is around recreation outposts. So this is really trying to provide strategic locations to intercept people before they reach our rivers, before they reach our trails, to provide opportunities to provide them important information about how to recreate responsibly, while also being able to provide information about all the wonderful opportunities that Nevada County really does provide. So a number of different opportunities here with our location where we are today, with the Rood Center, with Station 82 parking and signage, and other key locations throughout the county to, again, intercept people and provide that information. And things moving forward here is that the U.S. Forest Service Visitor Center, they did have their lease approved, and then the Rood Center improvements are moving forward as well. Next is the Towns to Towns Trail System. As you recall, this was one of those projects that was higher on the priority list for survey respondents. And the heart of this focus area is really about a connected system of both paved and natural surface trails. So that paved, what you refer to as Class 1, shared use bike paths, both for pedestrian and bicycle movement, and then natural surface trails as well. And really the idea is that first we want to connect to those community destinations, to parks and schools within communities, and then look towards linkages between communities within Nevada County, and then finally looking outward towards connections outside of Nevada County to neighboring counties. Some of the updates that were in the plan since we spoke in January were really about elevating that idea of integration with resiliency, so the opportunity for trails to be designed and be thought about when you have shaded fuel breaks as part of your fuels management piece. Also looking at just a standard design for a trail itself, and how fuels management, just 3 to 5 feet on either side, can also provide emergency responders places to stage from to address wildfires, and then also to minimize fuel reduction as well. We also included opportunities to an additional language about the connection between and relationship between the recreation and resiliency plan and the active transportation plan that the county has. The active transportation plan deals with bike lanes, bike routes, more of the on-street type of bike connected system, and then sidewalks. And the recreation plan is really dealing with those off-roadway systems, so those shared use paths and the natural surface trails. We also incorporated language to look at different user groups and design strategies to minimize those user conflicts. Again, as we look forward to implementation, opportunities to have the interagency partnership, first to leverage resources for trail planning, maintenance, and trailhead needs as a first project to potentially look at moving forward, to look at advancing those projects that are underway, Pines to Mines Trail, the Wolf Creek Trail, And then as the Nexus study comes forward for update in the next few years, again, looking at the opportunity to look at a trails mitigation fee as part of that Nexus study update to provide resources for funding for trail implementation. Our next focus area is around river access management. This deals with all three rivers, the Bear, the South Yuba, and the Truckee. And then there's implementation projects specific to each of those. But really it's about responsible access and understanding that there is needed, especially for the Yuba, the South Yuba, and the Truckee, parking, restrooms, trash, and signage to be able to provide appropriate recreation access to those rivers. We also connected with river managers and land managers, specifically with the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort, to review the recommendations and to gain alignment about updating the management plan and really identifying those adaptive management strategies to shift use appropriately, as happens every spring and summer. Some things moving forward there. There was the Innovative Finance for National Forests grant that was submitted. There's also opportunities for the Wildlife Conservation Board Public Access Program. We incorporated opportunities to think about potential governance structures, specifically for the South Yuba River, where there's collaboration in place, but an opportunity to elevate that collaborative relationship to joint governance, to think about a more consistent shared management approach for the river. Continuing advocacy, ambassador programs, and then also really, again, leveraging that cohort. Next, for the eastern portion of the county, Destination Donner Summit, really, again, looking at those visitor amenities, trailheads, restrooms, supporting with restoration and fuels reduction. The image that you see on the right, the Van Norden Meadow West trailhead project, again, tying with overall trail access, but an opportunity for improved visitor amenities at that location as well. And things moving forward, a few trailhead projects in planning and development, along with funding through the Outdoor Visitor Safety Funding Program. Next, the Sustainable Recreation and Communications focus area, as we think about enhancing recreation access, as we all are aware, living in our mountain communities and foothill communities, that we need to do so, invite people to recreate in a very responsible way. So two of the primary pieces and recommendations here are the development of a coordinated and consistent signage strategy for trail wayfinding and for river access, and then also to promote sustainable or responsible recreation countywide. There's a lot of movement, especially in the eastern portion of the county, through Visit Truckee Tahoe Stewardship Plan that can be built on to really advance this work, continuing work with the ambassador programs, and wonderful programs that were funded through the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund, such as the River Mile Marker Program. And then finally, the last focus area is returning to more traditional organized recreation, but a one centralized hub for recreation resources and programming, specifically geared towards the western portion of the county, where you have multiple different recreation districts that have come together as part of the Recreation Coalition, and that can be expanded and continued moving forward. But providing a one platform for people to understand how to access recreation in terms of where might I sign up for a sports group? Where might I find programming opportunities and play opportunities in one centralized location, and then being able to leverage all the residents and volunteers within this portion of the county to work together. And also looking at sustainable funding and administrative support for those recreation and park districts. And really, as we move forward with that, again, moving towards the momentum that the Rec Coalition has, there's been planning for a recreation fair, current and proposed school district bonds to be able to provide some more sustainable funding for those recreation districts, and then also continuing to engage the wonderful volunteers. As you can see on the picture on the right, the Friends of Western Gateway Dog Park, a really wonderful community resource that kept bubbling up in all conversations as this really valued and loved space, and the volunteers are really truly a part of making that a great place. So I'll turn it over to Kristen to talk a little bit more about some of the funding elements in the plan.
Great. So you've heard about all these amazing things that the people want and that the community needs and the county can definitely benefit from, but not to be the Grim Reaper, but our big question is how we pay for it and how we prioritize. So first of all, in the prioritization, we have a good idea of what are the most popular requested. You saw that graph there, rivers, the trail access, et cetera. So that's part of the consideration. But in the funding, there is no one silver bullet. This is a huge plan. I believe you have a weighted copy for you, right? Yeah, it's a big plan. So the whole approach here to success is looking at all available funding and stacking funding. So from federal opportunities, which typically are around transportation or equitable access, at the state level, more and more the opportunities we see are around resilience and, again, equitable access, and then preservation of rivers and open space, trails, and fire prevention. At the local level, there are opportunities that Stephanie mentioned around bonding, different tax strategies that could come into effect, and then also this the philanthropy and in-kind is hugely successful in many communities and can continue, including in the Eastern County. And then finally, private. So Hardy, you mentioned public-private partnerships. Very important as we look at this recreation plan and what could be done. Likely solutions will be a multi-agency, multi-sector strategies that come. Next slide, please. Yeah, sorry. Including, we had a workshop session with Quantified Ventures, and Kalen is on the line. He can speak to this more if you like. But what this is an innovative finance mechanism similar to a forest resiliency bond, where you create a governance structure, you raise local capital and match it with external capital, and you create a funding stream that can repay that over time. So that's a really unique funding strategy that we're very interested in looking deeper into. Next slide, please. So the role of the county, I think probably the most interesting factor on this whole slide is that a very small portion of people, 3 to 5% of the county, should not play a role. And I think that's super important for this board to consider on how your role will be going forward. Everything in this plan will require funding, and it will require attention from a human or a group of humans. We always hear about our capacity issues everywhere. So this is going to require intentionality and adding capacity likely at the county, not to do it alone, but to collaborate with, particularly in the western portion of the county, with the existing amazing efforts that are on the ground. But that extra boost can help build those public-private partnerships and leverage what's already happening. And finally, so how will this plan be used? It's a little overwhelming to look at it, and indeed it's massive. This is a long game. This is a long-term plan, and I'm really excited that Steve Randall is sitting next to me because some might say he's the wizard of long-term planning. But Steve, when you started at Truckee Donner Parks and Rec, there was like one downtown building and there really was not much at all. During his tenure of 38 years, I was on his board for 12 years. The amount of progress that was made during that time because of a number of things. Number one is that we had a workable master plan, a strategic plan that we followed with clear prioritization. Number two, we had dedicated people that saw the long game and were willing to engage with the county and with the local population and keep the finger on the pulse of all available funding in terms of grants to leverage everything. And everything from FEMA federal funding to SNC dollars to the Prop 68 dollars, all of that was brought into the community to build facilities, et cetera. And another really important point was engaging the community. If people came in and had an idea for a project, the challenge went back out to them to help with that fundraising. It was a really, really important point. So the purpose of this master plan it's a roadmap for what is possible and what can be done. And in terms of the implementation, Stephanie walked through a number of things, but it will require prioritizing and taking it step by step. And sometimes that will be opportunistic because it's funding available. Sometimes it will be because you have a community group that is so bent on getting a project built that they have that momentum. And you've heard me say this, the maniac with the mission, that by God, it's going to get done. And you need that kind of leadership. Anyway, at the end of the day, it's leadership that will make this happen. So thanks.
Thank you, Kristen.
You good?
So we would love to give opportunity for discussion and comments and put it back to the board here, but just reiterating that our staff recommendation today is to approve the resolution to adopt the Nevada County Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan and authorize our CDA Director, Tricia Tillotson, or designee to incorporate any minor changes reflected of any comments made today before publishing the final version. And with that, I'll hand it off to the board.
Okay, great, thank you. Awesome presentation. There's a lot of content here, and so thank you for taking the time to pare it down for us. I don't know the exact, but it's over 400 pages or so with the appendix and everything. It's a lot.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and I just wanted to thank everybody from the team, Design Workshop and staff and Sierra Business Council, and Steve, your leadership in bringing this plan together has been extraordinary. The outreach, I'll just take a moment to highlight this. I don't know, Supervisor Hook and I are on the ad hoc, which it was really a pleasure to serve on that with her. There were so many meetings. I mean, we had all kinds of meetings with different groups, and I know you took time to present at all the different forums at South Yuba River Cohort and Triple C and all these others. But just a lot of community outreach, and the polling and the survey results really were, not surprising is not the right word, but they were enlightening to me a little bit on what people really cared about. And for me, it really showed this massive support for recreation and resiliency in our community. I just was totally blown away at those numbers when I first saw them. The people really kind of highlighted it as a character of our community and like a way of life. And it's not surprising in certain parts of the county because certain parts of the county are kind of focused around that lifestyle, but really countywide, it was like, we want recreation, we want a livable, walkable, rideable community that we're willing to invest in, and just awesome all the way around. And so the consultant team that's online as well, thanks for calling in and participating today. I'm just going to open it up to my colleagues for questions, and then what I'd like to do is maybe ask questions because it is a lot of technical info, and then go to public comment and then come back to the board for comments just so we can kind of keep track of everything. There's a lot of info here. I have a lot of comments, but I'll just turn it over to Supervisor Hook first. If you have any questions, you spent a lot of time working on this.
No, I think you covered it really good. This has been a really interesting, long process. It was really exciting to actually get to the draft and really dig through what we talk about and see it in writing. And so, Stephanie, you and the team did a fabulous job. So I'm interested to hear the public comment as well from my colleagues that didn't get to sit on this ad hoc and see what's going on, because it really was a really in-depth study. And working with all, like for mine was on the recreation side of it for my park districts, and did such a great job managing that, because it was interesting. So many different opinions about how and where and how we're going to make this work, and we still have a lot of ways to go, but now we have this is going to give us a tool to help guide those districts into continue being successful. So yeah, this has been a great project.
It's been fun.
Yeah.
Remind me of when exactly we started convening the ad hoc? Was that 18 months ago?
Yeah, September 27th. So literally launched out of that in October, started forming the team, and then had focus groups that started up at the end of 2022.
Yeah, big process. Supervisor Hall, do you have any questions?
Well, you guys are making comments already, so.
I'm not making any comments.
I heard comments. I just want to say, yeah, I'll keep most of my comments till after, but this is such a huge project, and it's been such a long time coming, especially for the group, the South Yuba River Cohort, which has sort of been wanting and needing something like this for the entire 7 years I've been on it. And so I'm really thrilled to have this come forward. And I think Hardy, as I are seeing across the country, as we're out talking, that the outdoor recreation sector is the emerging sector for economic viability as well. Crosses partisan lines, crosses geographic lines. So super exciting that we are able to look at both the economics of this and also the cultural, the need that we have. I guess I have one or two questions, and that it's going to get into the conversation a little bit, but I'll just put them out there now, which is, we talked about prioritizing, and you sort of are making equal highlights of each project, which is great because there's something for everyone in here. But it was clear from the comments that came in where the priorities people want to see. And so how are we going to ensure that our funding searches and resources and project work is focused on those priorities? I mean, I think we'll need resources everywhere, but we're going to need to focus on those priorities. Do you have thoughts on that or a plan on that?
I could turn your attention to Chapter 8. That is the action plan that sort of maps out all of the funding recommendations and dives into implementation strategies. So there's a table that was created on page 285. It talks about factors to consider for decision making or project evaluation. It's not a rubric, but it is something that needs to be factored into those conversations. So, and then the opportunities that present themselves over time, you know, there could be, again, what Kristen spoke to, just passion and momentum driving certain projects forward, or being opportunistic with funding that aligns with projects that are shovel-ready. So moving projects along to get them to a shovel-ready state is an important focus. Kristen?
Yeah, I would just add that, you know, what I love about this master plan is it really looks at recreation in a holistic way. So, and it was definitely focused on the people that live here and what people need. You can see that in people wanting community parks. They want that walkable, livable, but it also addressed visitors and the economic aspect. So a visitor will probably come here, they'll go to the river, they'll go shopping in historic downtown, and then they'll go to a performance at night. So it's all of those things together. When we talk about prioritization, a heavy consideration is what projects are already on the ground that land managers are wanting to do, and they might just need a little push. So river is a huge one right now. It's about river safety, it's about watershed health, it's about wildfire mitigation, and all those three things, those could be all different agencies. So the county has an opportunity, and this is when I say leadership, having somebody who has their finger on the pulse of that can jump in and be the connector and help find the sort of the closing loop on the funding.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm hearing an answer to my question in a broad, generic sense. I want to just point you back to the priorities that you heard from the community. So river access, town-to-town trails, and recreation opportunities. So I just want to make sure, yeah, we're going to need to be opportunistic. We're going to need to look at a bunch of other things, the criteria you talked about, and that's in there. But, you know, for my part, the cohort has been around 7 years needing this. It is an existing group of people who've been working well together for a long time. It addresses the number one priority. So, and I know we could talk about charters later, but I'd love to hear you reply. I know I've been waiting for the South Yuba River Charter, and we're going to probably need to do charters for each of those projects as we get to the right point. So I guess I'll just leave that for you to address when we talk more about how are we going to really, on the, you know, very subjectively or objectively, both, address those priorities in concrete ways and make sure our resources are going towards those identified priorities by the community. Thank you.
Good questions and comments. I think there's probably more, what you bring up is probably a highlight coming out of this plan, and how do we keep the plan alive and make the plan useful, right? So it doesn't sit on the shelf. It's actually a guiding document, which is a great board discussion item, probably strategic workshop, budget, I mean, kind of threaded through all of our pieces. Supervisor Swarthat, no questions? And Supervisor Schofield, questions? Okay. With that, we'll come back for board deliberation, a little bit more discussion, but right now we'll turn it over and I'll open public comment on the item. Anybody here in the board chambers like to make public comment on the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan?
Hi, Michael Taylor, District 1. This is incredible. I think this is, as you were mentioning, the long-term benefits of this study. It feels like it's more of a living document that can guide us in development moving forward. So that's really exciting. It's, the economic benefits of recreation, I think, is a priority of the county, and I think that this opens the door for economic development in the county down the road. The one holdback is housing. I would hope that we really work on the housing of getting these people to come here and use our trails, and we need housing. And I didn't hear that was part of the study, and I haven't read it. Obviously, it's several pages. But it would be nice to know if there is a part of this that's recognizing housing and the importance of housing to create the economic benefits that are necessary for the foot traffic or trail traffic or just the use of the trails and the use of the project. Just wanted to suggest, if it hasn't been thought of already, that the oak tree part of this the development plan, just to point out that making sure that the water line that's being put up there is extended to this project, or that that's thought of. It may already be, I don't know, but I mean, we should be thinking about the water line to at least go into that section or that part. Public funding, I came up with some ideas just sitting here listening. Families, businesses, city, county can adopt either trails or certain portions of the project. Maybe Hanson Brothers takes on a bathroom, or Contractors Association takes on some portion of it, and they agree to pay that, and it's called the Nevada County Contractors Association, or provided by Hanson Brothers. I think families, businesses, city, and county, those doors are probably wide open for getting the funding support to do certain sections of this project. And that's really all I had to add. I had to say, this is really amazing. It's super. It seems well thought out. I did take the first survey, and I thought, for once, the survey seemed pretty. It was a good survey, so it was fun to be part of the project and the survey and seeing what the outcome was. And it's amazing how much work you guys got done in such a short period of time. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Michael.
Honorable Supervisors, Eliza Tudor, Executive Director at Nevada County Arts Council, commenting in support of the adoption of Nevada County Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. It's wonderful to see references within the plan to studies that Nevada County Arts Council has worked hard towards, such as our recent Arts and Economic Prosperity Study, as well as other...
Eliza, can you adjust that? Pull it just down right in front.
Oh, sure.
We'd like
My
to hear
lovely,
you.
gentle voice is
Thank you.
getting lost. As well as other key reports such as the 2023-2027 Sierra Economic Development District Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, which shows the relationship of the arts to recreation, with a significant 4.2% of our workforce from arts, culture, and recreation. It's heartening, too, to see our new partnership with the county referenced Art in Public Spaces, and to understand its potential as a focal point to develop meaningful projects together for the benefit of our public beyond the Rood Center, for residents and for visitors. With such an uptick of those accessing open spaces since the beginning of the pandemic and continuing, the arts have a vital role to play as a solution partner, not only in terms of public art, but for awareness campaigns and public messaging around public health and safety, emergency preparedness, and, in general, around the preservation of our natural resource assets. We at Nevada County Arts Council look forward to working with the county on this and other opportunities as your state local partner, particularly as we kick off a key period of arts and culture master planning across the county. Good job, Team Recreation. And Steve, it's great to know that there's no rest for the wicked, no such thing as retirement for Steve. Thank you.
Thanks, Eliza, for your comments.
Hi, Paul Schwartz. First of all, it's an excellent plan. really well done. I would give it a 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. It's really deep, and it gives you a lot of different resources to go in and dig into and develop projects and capital funding plans from. I particularly wanted to focus on my comments on the town to trail system. If we look at Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Penn Valley, the average income's less than $50,000 a year. To buy a new car today, to finance it, you have to have an income greater than that. So basically, in the future, we're looking at a large portion of our population that will not be part of the car-centric travel mode. Many other communities around the world that are facing this problem, they're shifting to electric bikes and electric three-wheel vehicles. So for me, the Trails to Towns system has the potential to create a new transportation system parallel to our current road system for people to get to jobs, to get to school, to get to hospitals, to get to services, get to recreation and parks. So we really, when we're talking about recreation, it really is an intersection with transportation. And so when we're looking at, to put in a trail system, you really have to get easements first. When we're looking at that, we should be looking at easements that are big enough to support these kinds of transportation modes in the future. The intersection with homelessness, when you lose your car or you have to choose between making a car payment and making your rent payment, how does that factor into when you become homeless? So AAA says that the average car monthly cost today is about $1,000 a month. They say it costs about, the New York Times says it costs about 81 cents a mile to drive a car. If you create a transportation system that combines bikes, e-bikes, lightweight vehicles, and public transportation, that might allow a lot of families in that less than $50,000 a year range to opt out of cars and to become and to find a stabler way of life. Obviously, this is long range. Everything in this plan is long range, but it needs to be in our minds when we're talking about how to connect the cities and how to connect all the different hubs in our community. Thank you.
Good comments. Yep. Thank you. We'll talk more about that in a minute.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Heather Heckler. I'm with Nevada County Arts Council and the program manager for the GVNC Cultural District. I just want to thank Erica and Stephanie for the incredible work that you've done putting this plan together, and thank the county for taking the lead on creating this big long-term vision. We're so happy to see that the arts are integrated throughout this plan, including the recommendation to expand the Art in Public Spaces program for parks and trailheads to really tell the story of these places and why they're important to the people of Nevada County. And we look forward to partnering with the county to promote Nevada County as a recreation and cultural destination and build visitor experiences that highlight outdoor recreation while pointing folks to the incredible cultural experiences that we have in our community and leveraging those rec visitors to support arts and vice versa. In terms of programming, as you look at creating resiliency centers or expanding centers, I want to share some feedback that we've heard from local artists, including the need for studio and rehearsal space, rentable spaces to hold workshops and educational opportunities, and gallery space to show work. I think these resiliency centers could really be a place for civic engagement and community connection, and a great place to share our traditions and culture together and make it that place where we want to be and want to gather in our communities. And I just want to say I'm looking forward to continuing to collaborate with the county and your partners along the way. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Heather, for your comments. Are there any bicyclists in the room that would like to make a comment? Oh, wait. Okay, yes, I can see you. Welcome.
Good morning,
board. My name's Catherine Thompson. I'm president of the Sierra Express Bicycle Club of Nevada County, and I represent over 100 recreational cyclists that are members of our club. I'm also a bicycle commuter and rode a bike here today. Our comments address the focus area town-to-town trail systems and the goal to provide a high-quality trail network between towns for both recreation and transportation needs. We have 4 suggestions that could be incorporated into proposed projects. Our first suggestion is, as mentioned, a paved town-to-town connections for cyclists. It is very important to connect Nevada County towns with designated paved cycling routes. This is needed to safely accommodate road cyclists, including recreational cyclists, commuters, and visitors, including the swiftly increasing number of e-bikes. For example, a town-to-town cycling route from Grass Valley to Nevada City could be created by linking, we have existing bike lanes, they disappear here and there, or shared lanes, using signage, striping, and visual markers to create this uninterrupted paved cycling path. From example, McKnight Crossing, the county fairgrounds, to here, to Nevada City. Suggestion number 2 is to create safe lanes on connecting corridors. Certain roads connect these towns with recreational cycling routes in other towns. Cyclists need safe lanes or wide shoulders on these connecting roads. One example is Brunswick Road. As you come from Cedar Ridge into Grass Valley, the shoulder pretty much disappears, throwing you into the traffic. Suggestion number 3 is we need to also maintain these bike lanes and shoulders. They need to be free from debris and obstacles and temporary signage. Diverting cyclists abruptly into the roadway to avoid an obstacle obviously creates a dangerous situation both for the driver and for the cyclist. And suggestion 4 is to improve bike lane signage. Signage and visual lane markers are sometimes missing or confusing, creating high-risk situations. For example, the intersection of Brunswick and Nevada City Highway, East Main, when you get to the intersection, the lanes disappear and you have to kind of decide what to do, and I don't think the drivers know what you're going to do either. There are design guides specifically for bike lanes in rural areas, and I provided those on behalf of the club. The club welcomes further collaboration in projects connecting towns, and we urge you to make paved, safe cycling routes between towns a priority. And thank you, Erica, specifically. Thank you all.
Thanks so much for your comments. Any callers on the line?
Chair, we have 3 callers on the line.
Okay, let's bring a caller in.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll come right back to you. Yep, just 3 minutes. We'll be right back.
Hello? Am I live?
You are here with us. Yep, we can hear you.
Great, thanks so much. Hi, my name is Josh Wolf. I've lived in the community for almost 5 years now. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I think this whole recreation and resiliency master plan is amazing, and I love everything that I'm hearing, but I'm here to talk about something that hasn't gotten, I don't know, any attention in the meeting, and that's low-intensity camping. It's mentioned as potential actions to consider over on page 22, and it's part of goal 6.5, which states to increase quality camping and lodging opportunities, expand and enhance opportunities for camping, renovate aging campgrounds, support the development of new campgrounds and lodging, and here most importantly, to consider code revisions to allow for low-intensity camping. By adapting these low-intensity camping, not only does it provide an opportunity for platforms like HipCamp to enhance the opportunities for people to take part in our outdoor recreation, but if we can earmark those TOT taxes, the basically hotel tax of HipCamp separate from Airbnb and our hotels, that's actually a funding mechanism to help pay for some of these amazing things. HipCamp really was a lifesaver for me. And that's when this campaign started for me, was literally a full 4 years ago. We were looking at a presidential election in the fall. The government had said that there's basically a rent holiday and that you can't be evicted for not paying rent. I'd been here for less than a year, and I was looking at losing my home because all of my roommates stopped paying their rent. And I discovered HipCamp. I set up a bunch of campsites and was able to bring in the lost revenue from my tenants that weren't paying rent. And a couple months later, I got a visit from code compliance, only to discover that it had been that it wasn't actually legal yet. Although there are tons of hip camps that are prospering because neighbors either don't know or don't complain about it, creating an unfair situation. But for me, that first call to Supervisor Hall was 4 years ago now. And so this has been a hard, long-fought campaign to create an equal playing field and improve the access to camping for our community. It is a powerful funding mechanism, and I urge you to take, in addition to adopting units, those next steps to not only create that opportunity, but that funding opportunity as well. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments, Josh. We'll go back in to the board chambers. Would you like to make public comment? Rec and Resiliency Master Plan, go ahead and step up. Thank you. Yeah, just go ahead and line up. We're ready for you. And we'll go back to the caller here in a minute.
Good morning, Board. My name is Tracy Sheehan, and I am the Policy Director of the South Yuba River Citizens League. Circle wholeheartedly, sorry, there's a lot of feedback. Circle wholeheartedly supports the Nevada County Recreation Resiliency Plan. This plan, the first of its kind, is a testament to our community's commitment to sustainable recreation and the preservation of our natural resources. The plan's vision for managing our open spaces and recreation resources, from local parks and sports fields to rivers and trails, is both comprehensive and forward-looking. It addresses not only our current recreational needs, but also anticipates future challenges such as wildfires, drought, and climate change. Circle recognizes that there is a challenge inherent in this planning. On one hand, the need to plan for increased recreational use and wanting to encourage that recreation for economic growth, while also recognizing that the more people who are here recreating, the harder it is to protect those natural resources which make this place special. This contradiction is something that Circle is all too familiar with. What stands out about this plan is its commitment to inclusivity. The process engaged diverse partners, including public land managers, nonprofit stakeholders, and user groups, to plan and implement sustainable solutions. This collaborative effort ensures that our recreation enhancement and development projects will be viable, prioritized, and well-funded. Moreover, the plan recognizes the important connection between the economic resilience of communities, the health of ecosystems, and tourism and outdoor recreation. By prioritizing solutions that promote community health and safety, economic development, environmental sustainability, and climate change adaptation and resilience, the plan ensures a balanced and sustainable approach to recreation. Circle encourages our community members to support this plan and get involved. We look forward to working together to make each of these projects successful and funded. Together, we can make Nevada County a model for sustainable recreation. Thank you.
Great comments. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Robin Milam, and I'm here as a board member for the Bear Yuba Land Trust, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Aaron Tarr, who's our executive director and needed to leave. I am thrilled to speak in support of the Recreation Resiliency Master Plan that's been created by the county and the consultants. We feel that the process has been thorough and thoughtful and has provided many opportunities for stakeholder and community input. It's taken into account the voices of its constituents and the voices of the agencies and organizations that have been working to create and sustain recreation opportunities in Nevada County for many decades. As you know, and as is reflected in the plan, Bear Yuba Land Trust has been saving both natural and agricultural lands and building trails and connecting the community to nature in western Nevada County since 1990. None of it would be possible without the strong community support, and the collaboration, including recent years with our counties and cities who've recognized the invaluable role that nonprofits play in making projects happen. We want to remind you that Bear Yuba Land Trust is already acting on many of the goals and recommendations outlined in the plan, such as connecting trail systems with trail easements, improving parking lots and signage, and convening trail adopters and recreational partners. We're eager to continue to partner with our other nonprofits and our government agencies to get things done and to make these recommendations a reality. We are here to support the board in implementing key elements of this plan in partnership with the county and our community. Thank you very much, and thank you to all who've convened this plan.
Thanks for your comments, Robin. We're going to go to Madam Clerk Carr on the line. So we'll be right back with you. Yep.
Great, we'll go to a caller, thank you.
Thanks.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. My name is Cassandra Pran-Vasilakis, and I support the Government and Community Relations team at HIP Camp. Thank you, Chair Bullock and Nevada County Board of Supervisors, for the opportunity to offer comments on the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. I've heard those words, recreation and resilience, used together a lot recently, and Nevada County has really led the way with this project. Thank you to the Community Development Agency for their extensive work on this thoughtful and thorough document and for their continued community engagement and requests for feedback. To date, HIP Camp has partnered with landowners to open access to nearly 5 million acres of private lands for public recreation across 4 countries and has facilitated over 10 million nights under the stars. Our work is focused on increasing access to camping and dismantling the barriers that prevent people from enjoying the incredible benefits of time outside, including but not limited to a lack of public access, cost, and increased demand and competition for recreational opportunities on public lands. In addition, we believe in the value of harnessing the financial power of outdoor recreation for the benefit of rural communities. To this end, we're glad to see the final draft of the master plan include the expansion of low-intensity camping opportunities on private land as a strategy and a goal. An update to county code that makes it easier for local landowners to host a small number of campers on their properties would expand access to the outdoors for locals and visitors alike while generating sustainable revenue for those landowners. This is an exciting opportunity in Nevada County where campsite reservations are particularly competitive and where the truly impressive investments being made in recreation infrastructure will certainly lead to increased enthusiasm and demand for outdoor exploration and overnight stays. We appreciate this board's attention to the importance of recreation, the thoughtful conversations that have taken place about rural recreation and camping on private land to date, and the Community Development Agency's work on the master plan and inclusion of low-intensity camping in the final draft. We're excited to see the county's leadership on this topic. You're truly setting the standard for sustainable recreation, and encourage your continued commitment to an update to county code that expands access to the outdoors and creates opportunities, economic opportunities for residents. Thank you very much.
Cassandra, thanks for calling in today. We appreciate your comments, and we'll go right here to the front row. Thanks for taking the time.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Bill Lawrence, and I'm a resident of Nevada County District 3. I'm also a member of the Sierra Express Bike Club, but I'm not in uniform. And I'm also a volunteer trail builder and trail adopter with Bear Yuba Land Trust. Almost my entire career was in the service of public environmental health. And I want to take this time to applaud the development of this Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. It should serve as a visionary document and template for future projects here in the county. I'm especially pleased to see that health and wellness benefits of recreation are a key component of the plan. People without transportation often have difficulty accessing some of the county's more remote recreation spaces. I would hope that this plan, once implemented, would address some of these disparities, providing in-town opportunities for improved walking, running, and bicycling would be the remedy. Connectivity should also be another important theme, whether it be pedestrian or bicycle routes. This pertains to both trails and roadways. Connecting existing trails provides for both longer walks as well as walks to destinations, such as downtown. Improving signage and, where possible, installing bike lanes and maintaining shoulders will attract more users. The rapid introduction of e-bikes, which has already been discussed, to the area serves as an indicator of this need. Just as an aside, there are two e-bike shops in the area, one in Penn Valley and one by the Little Safeway in Grass Valley. Lastly, I would like to address the need for a regional park in Grass Valley, Nevada City area, one that would rival the magnificent Western Gateway Park. I would propose that the county, in collaboration with other organizations, seriously consider and pursue the purchase of the Idaho Maryland mine property, currently owned by Rise Grass Valley. Its geographic location and proximity to Wolf Creek would establish this area as a recreational investment for future generations. Much like the impacts from climate change that are happening faster than we thought, actions on this plan are imperative, and I hope some of these can be considered low-hanging fruit. Thank you for letting me take a few minutes to express my thoughts.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to close public comment here in the board chamber and take our final caller online, please.
Hey guys, Matthew Coulter, and can you hear me?
I can hear you, Matthew.
Okay, very good. Yeah, east side to west side of the Sierras, big difference because on the scanner I hear when there's a car parked in the bike lane around Donner Lake, they get it out of there right now. When there's a car parked on the sidewalk in Grass Valley, it can stay there as long as it wants. So there's this totally different east-west side mentality for recreation, for one thing. We should consider all these activities kinetic art in the movement of people's bodies, using a machine if necessary, or just walking. Something I am concerned with this plan I didn't hear anything about was first responders and bumping up the level of first responders, because these accidents that happen out in recreation areas take a much larger response and a much more timely response, as well as helicopters and other things. I also didn't hear anything about NID and their participation with, and this week alone, I've been on the Wolf Creek Trails, Empire Mine, Hell's Half Acre, and this is like 7 days, and Loma Rica Ranch yesterday. And we have a great trail system, but believe it or not, we have a less of a trail system now than we used to. Living out in Cedar Ridge, I could commute on trails to the Tour Nevada City bicycle shop that I managed and commute home on trails back in the day. A lot of these things have been fenced or overgrown and are not usable anymore. So the connectivity has actually gone down compared to what it used to be, but we still have a very compact area that can be utilized for all these movements that can safely be done. Now, I experienced the Bear Yuba Land Trust Trail along Brunswick Road that was just bulldozed by the folks doing Loma Rica Ranch. So you have to get off your bike and tromp through a bunch of big piles of dry dirt that used to be a beautifully groomed trail. Very sad that we can't seem to coordinate with the people with the bulldozers. And the same thing on the Pioneer Trail. I talk with Caltrans, and they're not going to fix the Pioneer Trail. That's up to the Tahoe National Forest, and that's a 2-year out thing to even reconnect what they ruined when they put in Highway 20. That's a bummer. Out there at Hell's Half Acre, what a beautiful spot, great trails, but what PG&E did across the street should be considered criminal. They cut down way more than they needed to for some reason. So on my Concerned Citizen page, I post these different little journeys I do around town. And as I do, I show the homeless camps that are embedded in these areas that are a great fire danger to us. So in the combination of recreation and getting people out there, it actually reduces the fire danger because you have eyes. Yesterday, I ran into people with needles in the woods, which was pretty disappointing because I know that they're not in their right mind after that. So please consider the first responder aspect of the plan so we can maintain the health of people that are out there having fun. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Matthew. With that, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. We've probably got some things to talk about, and I'm going to start with Supervisor Hook for her comments.
Well, having gone through this, it just is, again, I'm just impressed with the in-depth study and communication that went on with all the collaboration of the groups, I guess. I think that was so big. It was very cool. I think it opens up a lot of doors, and I guess that's what this tool is all about, right? It's not, we're not going to go in and fix everything, but with this tool, it allows us to open the doors to move projects forward. Not in order, particularly, but where funding is available. So that's what I liked about this. It doesn't set everything in stone. So I don't really have a whole lot of questions because, and I think if anybody really has an opportunity to really dig through this book and read it, I think you become more impressed with the study. I'm only like, I'm going to be honest, I'm only about on page like 95, right? And then I skimmed a lot of the other parts of it. But I guess from our meetings and then to see it all put down in writing and the process, I just have been very impressed. And everyone brought good comments up. I mean, I think when we work on transportation, that's one of the concepts we look at is how do we incorporate trails? You know, how when we look for funding for transportation, how is that going to work and how this ties into here? I love how we put arts in places like we had heard from that today. How can we create that in our engineering of allowing people to come and use our trails and have the knowledge that goes with it and create that in an art form? I love that. So I learned a lot through this process. The recreation for our parks, I think, is going to be one that really needs a lot of work. I thought that was interesting about a regional park. Western Gateway is a phenomenal park, but how do we continue to fund those and make them be resilient? Because that's one of the things, you know, they're publicly, the public is who takes care of the special districts. So how do we continue to move that forward and make people realize how important our parks are and want to be a part of the process of building them? And this gives us the ability to keep looking for that funding to help keep the parks resilient. And there's some great programs. I look at Oak Tree Park and what we're doing up there. They have a baseball team that's working from there, and the kids' park is growing. And so how do we continue to make that bigger? And this gives us a tool to do that. And Erica, you've done such a great job working with the folks. We got all this work to do at Nevada City. Nevada City, Pioneer Park, you know, that's included in this process. And so I just look forward to see where we can keep moving forward and building those projects and looking how do we make trails and stuff to get from point A to point B. I just learned to ride my electric bike myself, but I would not want to ride on the road. I'm a coward. So I'm looking forward to how we figure out that process, because I don't want to just necessarily go to the mountains. I like to get from point A to point B. Pin Valley is a perfect example, from Lake Wildwood to the town center, right? So we have a lot of work to do, and you pointed this all out, and I think there was some good conversation about intensive camping. I think that's interesting. I think that's still something that opens a door for that kind of a conversation. It's not closed by any means, and that's what this does. It opens doors to be creative and look for different avenues that are going to suit our needs in recreation through Nevada County economically. So I think it opened all those. So other than that, I don't have any questions. Just so impressed with the work that went into doing this. I just, I continue to learn and be very optimistic. I guess I used that word again earlier today, but where we get to go with this and where it leads economically and creatively for all of our communities. So thank you again. Stephanie, you've just been a treasure to work with. Thank you so much. This has been really interesting, and watching the surveys go through and then have people call in and give us ideas. This has really been an amazing process. So thank you. I appreciate it. And you online too. I don't, we don't always get to talk to you, Scott or Galen, but we sure appreciate you guys as well. Don't want you left out of the conversation up there.
Good summary, Sue. Yeah, it was really, your perspective on the ad hoc was key. A lot of those projects are in your neighborhood with your constituents. So thank you for your contribution to the ad hoc. Supervisor Schofield?
Yeah, I think first of all, I commend you for the work that went into this. I really appreciate the time you spent down in the South County and the Bear River area, and I see it in the plan itself, so thank you for that. And I think the questions and the challenges are going to be coming as we get into this particular plan, and I think one of the plan challenges will be, are we able to sustain this plan? And that means, are we able to sustain what's happening right now at the county level? Because I believe that one of the real advantages of this is we've been able to centralize what's been happening in this county for a lot of years, and we look at Circle and Bear River, Bear Yuba Land Trust, and the districts that we have. This program centralizes all of that, and I think it's important that we keep that up. It's a huge difference from, well, the county doesn't do recreation. You have to kind of talk to the cities, you know. I mean, we've come so far from that. So, Erica, you guys have done an exceptional job. I haven't worked with your team at all, but the results are here. So, best of luck. Thank you for the work.
Supervisor Schwarthout?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with my colleagues, especially Ed saying, because I heard for many years as a city person, the county doesn't do recreation, go to the cities. And so the collaboration that has gone into this, I think, is very beneficial for the process, creating new recreational opportunities. I think from my perspective for District 3, the connectivity with the areas is really important. That is one phone call I've gotten from some neighborhoods, especially my county neighborhoods, who really want to be connected between Grass Valley, Nevada City, Grass Valley, and the new project that the Bear Yuba Land Trust just bought on Old Highway 20. I recently was at a meeting at the city of Grass Valley. They're working with Bear Yuba Land Trust to try and connect the Lytton Trail with DiMartino Park, which is going to be a great project. So I just think we really nailed it on the work that's being done here. And I also, from my perspective, to have a mindset change that walking and bicycling, and especially e-bikes, is a transportation method versus just a recreational opportunity for people. So I think we will see a lot more of that. I know I certainly see a lot more e-bikes in my district now than I had ever seen, with people with carts on them. So they're using them to go to the grocery store, to take their kids to school. So I think that's going to be a hard mindset for some people to understand, but I think it is really important because we have to look at other opportunities to get cars off the roads. So thanks for all the hard work. I look forward to, continual work on this. I do agree that the public will drive the projects, and the people who are really passionate about certain things in the community are going to help drive the projects, and I really encourage that because that's how things get done. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. Supervisor Hall?
Yeah, so thank you. Agree with everything that's been said. Huge shout out to the great work that's been done on this. Erica, first and foremost, thank you for shepherding this through and taking my millions of questions and lots of pressure. When am I going to see it? And worry about what it's going to contain and how comprehensive it'll be. It's turned out to be way beyond my wildest expectations. So I'm very excited to see this. Thanks, Tricia, for your support and input on that. Thanks to all of the consultants, too, who've done a really great job at implementing our instructions, our wishes and desires. I think you've all done a great job on this. I do want to also shout out to Circle, the Bear Yuba Land Trust, the bike clubs, the recreation groups that have been doing all this work separately and independently for many, many years. They've already been out there, so just acknowledging that. But I do agree that this is a chance for us to pull this all together, to incorporate arts and culture. I agree that that's going to be a a place that we can do more incorporation. I love all the comments about bikes and the regional park and commuting and hip camp possibilities. I think we need to consider all of that, and that does mean that this plan could be bigger or gets unwieldy, or that there are pieces we can do now and pieces we have to do later. I know with the bike trails and bike lanes that there's huge processes to go through and funding and whatnot, and so that's a big haul. But I think we're hearing the crescendo of voices that it's time to start on that, and if it's going to be long term, it needs to start at least, and then someday we'll have all those great things to happen. So I just huge thanks on this. I think the rubber will meet the road when we try to put together charters and find funding and find project manager folks out in the community, because I do want to remind and highlight the fact that the county role here is as a convener. We're not going to be able to do all these projects. This isn't something we can do. We can convene folks, which is what we're trying to do. We can help find funding. We can help farm this out and provide a centralized location so that we're all speaking the same language when we're out there on these projects. So I think there's a lot of challenges ahead, but as I've been saying, the South Yuba cohort forever is, yes, this stuff is big and complicated, but if we don't start by putting together a plan so we can get the funding and get the projects on the ground, we just have to start. And I'm fully acknowledge that a lot of this will take a long time, but I hope the community recognizes and understands that this is just a huge, huge step to get started on this, and that while I am impatient on some of these projects, and I'm sure the community is, it's just going to take a long time to do as much of the things we want to do. But again, I'm just thrilled that we've taken such a big step to pull all this together. And you have my full support in any way I can help to keep this moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Sarah. Yeah, I have a lot of thank yous to put out there, and I think I hit some of them earlier, but Erica, great work, and just a long, huge, huge project, and Stephanie, your firm. Tricia, all your support coming in, talking about this constantly. It's been a big process, and to Supervisor Schofield's point, continuing the county's effort with the recreation lead personnel and a department, it's going to be a commitment that we're going to have to make, right? And that comes with discussions with budget and grant funding opportunities and all that. So I think we're committed to that and to the plan, right? And so the plan for me is really it started with like, what's our role in it? And I think you've just clearly defined that. And we have a role. It's documented in the plan. And going forward, we're going to have to make decisions to support the objectives in the plan. The funding piece is going to be something we have to look closely at. And I think grant funding, the other piece that we haven't talked a lot about is the plan really allows us to go after grant funding to support these initiatives. Without that plan, grant funders are not going to see a cohesive community-based solution for grant funding opportunities. It's not a good investment. And I am a person who, I criticize plans and I don't like to buy paper. But when you look at this plan, it's obvious to me that this is our gateway to the next funding opportunity for this county and recreation. I see it just very clearly. So this is an investment on our part to get funding and alleviate pressure on the general fund for doing what we really care about. It was a balance of organized and organic recreation. Organic recreation is a big part of the Eastern County community, right? And organized recreation in Eastern County has been spearheaded by people like Steve. Job well done for his commitment to that community, and your job as a board member building those organizations. But we need a little more support in Western County, and that also came out of it. We need to support these people, and that's where parts of the elements of the plan really show how we can support these independent organizations, because they just need a little bit of help, and then they can put the community effort that you described, Sue, into keeping Western Gateway Park and some of these other organizations in the Bear River organizations going. The plan, too, for me is all these other partners. So the Forest Service Land Trust, Truckee Donner Land Trust, VTT, and Truckee Donner Rec and Park District, really showing them that we're committed and able. We have like a receptor site and a receptor kind of mindset for these projects. One of them that's out there right now is the Truckee River project that we have Rotary, and Steve and I are involved in that, and Kristen and others are involved in this Rotary Park. But like really, the first thing they ask is, what part does the county play in this new project we see? And I can tell them, I can show them our priorities, right? I can point to something. So I think that's an important piece of this plan too. The connected communities is a really interesting concept. It's not just here, but it's all over the nation that communities are trying to get connected through bike and walk parkways and walkways. So I think you're going to see a lot of, particularly Sierra County connected communities. I was in Washington, D.C. in our delegate offices, and there's a huge banner with like connected communities, and it's a picture of Truckee being connected to Sierraville and others in the capital, and it's pretty cool to see the support for that concept. I did want to talk a little bit about the comments related to roadways and bicycles and bicycle lanes. So we don't need to rebuild our roads. We need to convince other jurisdictions like Caltrans, cities, towns, and our own county to stripe double lanes to protect cyclists, right? And we have to get a campaign going where we spend time and money telling cars, you may actually have to slow down when you pass a cyclist. You may have to slow down, you may have to move over, you have to wait your turn. I've ridden in Europe, and their culture is totally organized around it. Like, they protect cyclists because they know that that's part of their way of life and part of the way that their economy works. And I really would like to work together with our staff to create a campaign for cyclist safety, which in turn can help us get some of those bike lanes built up. Because I think Supervisor Hook, you represent people that you would be willing, if you felt safe, to get out there on your e-bike and go from Grass Valley to Nevada City. And I think it's something worth investing in if we can make that safe and appropriate for people. I have a recent addition to my quiver of bikes, and it's a single speed, and I go out there and I ride kind of in town, which is new for me. And I have really noticed an understanding where it's safe and where it's not, right? And so coming into different parts of like intersections and 3 or 4 stop signs in a row at the corner of Ridge Road and all these other where cars are trying to wonder what I'm doing, I'm trying to figure out what they're doing. I thought it was interesting, and I had a moment here, but in your presentation, there was a picture of 3 cyclists going across the Purdon Bridge. That's from our Heart of Gold ride. Well, the racer in the front is Derek Teal. He got hit by a car and spent 2 months in ICU, barely survived, hit and run in a 4-way intersection. And it was just highlights for me the lack of commitment that many communities kind of have around cyclist safety, and that's why we don't feel comfortable on the road. So I am totally stoked to work with our team and other teams to try and get bike lanes and bike safety. And because the safer we feel, the more we'll use it and the more we can go places on bikes. So I'll get off my soapbox there. Yeah, transportation's key. And then the other piece I was just going to say is that the Arts Council, and I really appreciate them coming here and talking about everything, but the intersection of arts and bicycles and food is really highlighted in Bentonville, Arkansas. And if you look at what that community's done, they've created, okay, so Northwest Arkansas. Who wants to go to Northwest Arkansas today? Oh, yeah, all right. But 10 years ago, you would have said, what? And now people flock from all over the world to mountain bike in Northwest Arkansas because you can go eat 5-star dining and you can ride your bike off the hook, like session loops in town, jump parks, parkways, beginner rider. And they have created an entire economy. And when you go there, the town is packed with cyclists because they understand that the intersection of recreation, food, and art is a huge draw to people that they kind of like all those things. Maybe some coffee, some beer. But I just want to say that our community can be the same way. We can really lead on the West Coast because we have the terrain, we have the trails, we have stellar mountain biking and the world's finest gravel in the entire universe, actually. It's actually universal, the best gravel anywhere. So come here and we can do that if we work together. And then finally, I'll just finish up with the low-intensity camping piece. HIP Camp, I've spent a lot of time talking with them and working with them, and I do think that we can get an ordinance in place where we can allow people to have low-intensity camping at the appropriate level to fit into our community. And I think it's going to do 2 things. I think it's going to allow a little bit of economic growth in that sector. And I also think it's going to allow people that may be on the fringe of saying, hey, I can't afford to get an Airbnb for $300 a night in Grass Valley or Nevada City, but I can afford a $60 camp spot, an appropriate camp spot, to come here and be part of it with us. Typically, those people are fairly low impact, and they're here to enjoy it. So I think we can kind of do two things. We can do some economic development and also get that group involved in our community. So once again, thank you so much for the plan. I look forward to it. And I'm just going to have one final ask before we approve this. I'd like to get a roadshow going where we can highlight this plan. And I will volunteer my time to go to certain civic organizations, but I'd also like that staff maybe would think through how we can present this to others. It's a first for Nevada County. And then my final ask is, can we get one picture with the plan up here before we depart? Because I think it's key. And with that, I will stop. Oh, go ahead,
I just have one. I would be remiss in, this all got started, and I just want to do one more thank you, and that would be to Sandy Jacobson. So she was instrumental in the beginning with organized recreation. She helped bring our crews together. I mean, it was amazing. And came from that was some grant funding right off the bat that the county got to participate and help with. So Oak Tree Park has brand new playground facilities, for example. And then there's some projects going on at Western Gateway that became possible from this project getting started. And I just want to thank her for that. We have new turf at South County down at Bear River. And so there's been progress already in organized recreation with this, putting this together. And so that makes it even more exciting to see what we can do and what can come from this. And again, I just want to give her a shout out. She kind of was in the beginning to get it started. And I don't know that I would have had those conversations with my organized recreation groups without the work that she put into this in the beginning. So I want to thank you. And Erica, and then you had to follow suit and kind of keep that group stirred together, and just really appreciate that. So thank you.
Good call. Allison, anything?
No, I just want to make sure that we did capture your request to do community outreach and presentations, and so we'll go ahead and make that a board order.
Thank you. And with that, I will entertain a motion, and then we're going to jump down and take a picture. Everybody who likes our rec can get up here in this picture.
I'll make the motion.
Good, and I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Passes. Yay. Okay, jump up, everybody. We're going to take a great picture.
Please, public, if you're part of here as a recreation provider or supporter of the plan, come up and please join the picture with the board. Thank you. And we actually, you guys join us up here. You 5 can come up here. Wait, we're still organizing. We're still organizing. Okay. Carissa, do we look balanced?
I'm going to ask our county council to read us into closed session now.
Thank you, Chair Bullock. As stated by the clerk, that we, item SR 240608 is not on calendar any longer, so we have one item, which is County Council is requesting closed session to determine whether litigation should be initiated by the county in two matters.
Thank
Chair?
you, Kit, for reading us into closed session. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
We have no callers for this.
Okay, no public, we'll open and close public comment on closed session. And with that, the board will reconvene at 1:45.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in, and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you. Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the code red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. one who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spencerville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. it actually supplements them and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state. The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area. Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spencerville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education.
Welcome back. County Counsel, Ms. Kidd Elliott, could you read us out of closed session, please?
Yes, Chair. So reporting out of closed session, the two matters under section SR 240990, direction was given to staff on both.
Thank you. So our afternoon session, we're on to item number 44. This is A and B. General Services Agency Director Steve Monahan. This is a Truckee Library item. And it's a resolution appointing a county executive officer and assistant county executive officer as the initial voting members and appointment of the deputy county executive officer as the alternate to the board of the JPA for a new library facility in the Truckee area. And then a separate item under the same piece in the afternoon session here is 44B, which is a resolution authorizing the county executive officer to sign a letter of intent to Placer County Board of Supervisors affirming Nevada County's commitment to exploring a regional approach to the delivery of library services in eastern Placer and eastern Nevada counties, and acknowledging the intent of the Truckee Library's JPA to finance the new regional library, including seeking grants and implementing a bond measure. And with that, I think we'll turn it over to Ariel Levitt in the presentation, or Craig, or both.
Good afternoon, Chair Bullock and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services, sitting in for our Information and General Services Agency Director, Steve Monahan, to introduce these two important items that you have before you today. And really, they both continue to support the efforts in developing a new Truckee Library facility. I would now like to introduce Ariel Lovett, Project Administrator in the CEO's office, and Mandy Stewart, Administrative Analyst with the Clerk of the Board's office, that is joining us online to provide a brief presentation on these items. Ariel?
Thank you, Craig. Yes, as you know, we in the CEO and COB offices have been working with our facilities department to support the Truckee Library project and are here today to bring these two separate items. And those have been summarized both by your chair and by Craig, so I'll move on. As you know, the Truckee Regional Library Project is a collaborative effort between the town of Truckee, the Friends of the Truckee Library, and the County of Nevada. This project has been really energized through the community, through the Friends of the Truckee Library. The current library was built in 1975, as we know, with a much smaller population. And today that same library serves considerably larger population, and thus it's been agreed that a larger space is needed to better serve this community and provide a range of programming for the region. As you know, this expansion has been in Nevada County's Capital Facilities Master Plan for over a decade. It was also agreed some time ago that the project was too large for a single entity, and in January 2024, your Nevada County Board of Supervisors and the Truckee Town Council executed a Joint Powers Authority Agreement, or JPA, for the new Truckee Library. The terms of that approved JPA agreement define that the governing body of each member shall be entitled to appoint 2 executive staff members employed by that member to sit on the board as the voting members or directors. Staff recommendation is that the initial appointments for Nevada County directors include the county executive officer and the assistant county executive officer. The appointed alternate is the deputy county executive officer. The Library JPA Board of Directors will serve as the governing and administrative body of the JPA, and each director will have 1 vote. We will be seeking your approval of this action in SR 240932. The town of Truckee, as the other initial member of the JPA, has let us know they're also bringing the same recommendation to their council. The JPA formation documents also provide for the option for additional members to join the JPA should there be mutual interest between the JPA and other parties for that to occur. And a quick update too, after completing an RFP process, we are now in the design and engineering phase. Partners engaged JKAE and Group 4 as consultants, and the costs for these contracts were split equally between these 3 partners. At the same time, active dialogue with the Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District has been occurring towards the goal of constructing the library within what is the Truckee River Regional Park. The proposed site of the regional library is approximately 1 mile north of the Nevada County-Placer County boundary. And we have been in dialogue with Placer County as well, both their staff and District 5 Supervisor Cindy Gustafson. We understand that the current Nevada County Library serves Placer County residents as well, and that an expanded library can provide enhanced benefits to Placer County, potentially not only at this site, but through regional collaboration. The JPA is also actively collaborating with community partners to secure financing for the construction and maintenance of the new regional library. This includes actively pursuing grant funding, pursuit of donor funding, including through a capital campaign to be led by the Friends of the Truckee Library, and consideration of a bond measure targeted to be placed on the ballot in calendar year 2025. The JPA has the authority to issue debt as a potential source of financing for this project, and the JPA partners believe that the appropriate geographic area for this bond measure, potential bond measure to apply to, would be generally properties within the town of Truckee, in unincorporated eastern Nevada County, and in the Donner Lake, Sierra Meadows, Martis Valley, and North Star areas of unincorporated eastern Placer County. The JPA partners are seeking feedback from the Placer County Board of Supervisors on supporting these portions of Placer County to be given the opportunity to be included in and vote on a potential future bond measure for the construction of the regional library. And this map depicts a possible boundary that the JPA partners believe may be the appropriate geographic area for the potential bond measure. In conjunction with the development of the new regional library facility, Nevada County is also committing to continued discussions with Placer County to explore a regional services delivery model. The primary goals of this collaboration would be to enhance programming and facility access for residents in eastern Placer and eastern Nevada counties, and promote efficient service delivery for each of the respective jurisdictions. Through collaborative grant applications and discussions about the new regional library facility, staff have already begun to explore these possibilities. Placer County is also conducting a community survey in the eastern part of their county to identify the needs for the library system in eastern Placer County, and will use this information to help inform how they move forward with the delivery of library services. To memorialize this commitment to explore regional solutions to the delivery of library services, we're seeking authorization for the Nevada County CEO on behalf of the JPA to sign a letter of intent that articulates both the JPA's request to include portions of Placer County in the boundary for a potential bond measure, and to affirm Nevada County's commitment to explore a collaborative service delivery model with Placer County for library services in the Tahoe-Truckee region. We recognize that collaborating toward enhanced regional library services really builds on a foundation of Nevada County and Placer County's existing successful regional partnerships, including collaboration in addressing workforce housing, transportation, sheltering, and the shared delivery of health and human services. In terms of next steps, we've been in communication with the Placer County Executive Office and staff to discuss bringing this letter of intent and presentation to their board meeting in Tahoe on June 25th. The JPA will also seek to include a partner with requisite boundaries, then formally create a community facilities district and seek further community input. So thank you for your time. I promised you I'd keep it efficient, a couple of you. And in summary, we're seeking approval for item 240932, appointing the county CEO and assistant county CEO as initial voting members, and the appointment of the deputy county executive officer as the alternate to the board of the JPA for the new library facility. And subsequently from item 240992, which will be the resolution authorizing the CEO in the role of JPA to sign the letter of intent. Are there any questions?
Great, thank you. Two separate items, one authorizing participation in the JPA as the executive voting members. Second part, authorizing or notifying the board through an authorization letter of intent on the bonding and also the shared, essentially a vision for shared library services in East County between Placer and Nevada County.
That we're going to explore the regionalization of library services in Eastern County.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, just want to be clear, there's a couple moving parts there. I think we'll just do questions and comments all in one because it's not too big of an item. And I'll just, because I know a lot about it, I'm just going to throw out a couple of thank yous and just a quick note. The Friends of the Truckee Library obviously have been a key integral player in making this happen in Eastern County. Fundraisers, support, community gatherings, community input, staffing, the whole part. So I just wanted to extend our thank you and appreciation to the Friends of the Truckee Library for pulling all these details together. I want to thank the town of Truckee and also Placer County in their participation, and then most certainly our staff, Steve Monahan, Ariel, Mandy, everybody involved with the project as we've moved forward. It's been a long journey, and we've gotten great momentum here, and these are really kind of milestones in the project. This isn't a departure in any way from what the board's already seen. We're not taking action that's separate from any of the decisions we made previously, but just trying to officiate the participation in the JPA, and then also we've always talked about bonding or other financial instruments to bring the library from vision to reality, and this is just kind of a way to officiate that. So with that, I'll start over here to my left with Sue. Any questions or comments?
Thank you. No, this is great. I mean, me in libraries, I think they're just incredibly important. So I do just have one question. So in item 44B, it says that, we're going to implement or seek grants. So does that mean that won't come back to us if they decide to go out for a bond measure again? Is that something that's just going to happen if that's decided?
If I understand your question, I'll turn it over to Ariel, but I want to make sure your question is clear. You're asking that.
So it says we're going to give authority to finance this by seeking grants or implementing a bond measure. So would that come back to us as a conversation again, or are we saying right now we're going to do a bond measure?
Good question on the JPA authorization.
So we could defer to council. The JPA has the ability to bond. So if it's the direction of the board to come bring it back as an informational item, we could do that for sure.
Can you clarify that means it would not come back to us to vote on whether they'd go forward with a bond or not? That would put us on the hook, but partly the county, right, for the bond?
So council could clarify, but the JPA, they would have the governance to bond, so would not come back to the county to approve a bond. However, per the direction of the board, we could bring it back as an item for information.
So the way the JPA is staffed, you've got basically two executive members of your county staff, and at this point, 2 executive members of the town. They have the authority, and that's why you created JPAs, so that you have that separation of responsibilities. So many of the things were already started. We need to make sure we actually start the JPA and are running these things through the JPA so that the product and all of it belongs to the JPA. Now, that being said, no one is going to be taking action outside of this board. Ultimately, they will, but only at agreement with the board. So, I don't see, your CEO and your assistant CEO going out and doing directions that this board couldn't support. It just wouldn't work that way.
Just to be clear, we could actually handle it as direction given to staff as a formal item too, if that's available to us,
right?
Correct, before JPA action.
Right, and having worked on other JPAs, there will be things that will come back to this board, especially in the beginning. Perhaps everybody agrees to chip in a certain amount to hire the bond counsel for the JPA, right? So again, assistance from, or monies that we've already put forward that we're sharing with the Friends of the Library, some of the monies that we've put forward. So there will be constant interaction with this board, constant knowledge of this board, but it is the JPA itself that takes the action. It's the JPA itself that would form, say, a financial district in order to bond. And it is them that is overseeing sort of the process. And again, even though the Friends of the Library are not members of the JPA, we've built in a place for them to have a continuing ability to know exactly what's going on and also have dialogue.
Supervisor Hook, back to you. Make sure that answers your question.
It does, it answers it, but it doesn't actually make me feel all warm and fuzzy. I just wanted to be sure. I mean, so does that mean that the JPA is going to fund the implementation of the bond measure? Or, I mean, that still comes back and it's a bond measure that the county secures?
So a couple things to answer your question. The original funding for the library that was contributed is static. So whatever work the JPA or contributions coming from Nevada County are coming out of that. So there's actually no funding, additional funding or enhancement funding being asked for in this. The JPA has the authority to set the designation for the area of bonding, which is by county. So it's Placer County, Nevada County. It's also within the town of Truckee. So I think for today's action, really staff is asking to appoint executive leadership, Allison, deputy and assistant CEO, to the JPA to make those decisions. And I think if I understand Kit correctly, before any financial contributions are made on behalf of the JPA, that Allison can come back with a decision item for this board to approve.
That's not what it says.
Not decision.
So there's two pieces. What I'm hearing from council is that the governance, the authority will come from the JPA. What I'm hearing from board discussion is we could come back to the board before those actions are taken by the JPA and seek that direction from the board. And so that could include in terms of additional funding contracts before we take a vote to go after bonding through the JPA, or even when we start talking about what do library services look like in Eastern County.
It's the identical way we handle the housing JPA and any other JPA.
But I want to be clear that the governance of going out for a bond would come from the JPA. Just want to make sure there's clarity with the board here.
And also, isn't it true that the JPA assumes the liability for the bond? The county is not liable for it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a default mechanism, though, if the JPA were to default? Would then it come back to the entities, the county, Placer County, Nevada County, and the town of Truckee?
Yes, that was the question I was getting at.
That's a more complicated question, but as long as the JPA exists, which is a group of these two entities, they take on the risk. They would have to get their own insurance, et cetera. So all of that would oversee the bonding issue. So, and there are a lot of different pieces to this, so I would presume that this would be brought back to your board to explain what this possibility in terms of the bonding is. And I think once you hear more information on that piece, that will, I think, help you in terms of understanding how it's going forward.
And from the very early discussions, we knew that Nevada County would not be in a position to fund a library of this size and scale. So the partnership is critical with the town, with the Friends, who have done an amazing job with donor development, and now with Placer, to provide that regional approach and a wider footprint to rely on those who are going to be using that library in Eastern County. So it really is a model that we want to lean on in terms of how do we scale and expand services regionally, working with our partners. So really appreciate staff's work and the partnerships that we have with the town. Placer's receptive in terms of exploring with this. That not only may start with the library capital project, that could expand in terms of services as well. And we have seen great success in that regional effort in our Health and Human Services program. As you know, the county line literally goes down neighborhoods and trailer parks where residents in Eastern County, they don't know if they're a Nevada County resident or a Placer County resident, and we share service delivery. So this really is going to be an important tool for library services.
Okay, Ed?
But Placer County is not actually part of the JPA, are they? No.
Placer County currently is not part of the JPA. We've been in active communication with their CEO's office as well as their 5th District Supervisor. And our chair is going to be attending their board meeting on the 25th to have a similar discussion that we're having today.
Asking them to be part of the JPA?
to be part of the JPA, but as well as the footprint for the bond.
For bond issue.
Correct.
Just a point of clarification too, we're also going to talk with them directly about the shared service delivery model in Placer County. And there's libraries in Kings Beach, Taos City, and Truckee. Placer County residents in the Martis Valley use the Nevada County Library. And so we're looking to gain some equity and share services, possibly cut cost, and enhance the service delivery method by doing it as a shared model.
Can I
And
clarify?
we already do that in the jail. Oh, sorry. Jail and sheriff services are a great example, and animal services are how we do that right now in Eastern County with Placer County.
I just wanted to clarify that we're not specifically requesting in June for Placer County to join the JPA. It is an option. What we're specifically requesting of them is what is articulated in that letter of intent, which are those two pieces. One, the acknowledgement of our intent to explore, or the JPA's intent to explore bonding in certain areas of Placer County, and secondly, our commitment to the shared delivery of services. The JPA, if the Placer County Board wants to explore joining the JPA, that is an option, and we can add members, but that's not a specific ask that we're asking this month.
Okay. And you know, I'm in support of this. The only thing I do say, keep in mind, Measure A, when does that sunset? Any impact that bonding might have on the tax measure, just be aware of it. I'm sure you are.
Yeah, that's a great point. There's been specific discussions at the, particularly the Budget Ad Hoc Committee about Measure A and its impact on the county library service delivery.
If I could just say a note on that, one is a sales tax and the other one is a parcel tax, I believe. And it has been part of all conversations, including timing.
Supervisor Hall?
Yeah, I'm listening to see if I can get clarification too. So I have confusion about the bond, but my first question was about the letter of intent. Are we getting one from Placer? I didn't see anything in here about that. Are we doing it at the same time? Have they already done one? To me, this needs to be, if it's joint, then it's joint. So where's their letter of intent come in?
We will be bringing this to their board meeting, so that is why, in preparation to get on their agenda and bring it to their June 25th board meeting for their board to consider signing on, we wanted to bring it to you initially to affirm your understanding of that intent to explore the regional delivery of services.
Why wouldn't they happen at the same time? Are we are we initiating it because it would be in Nevada County?
So we're just, out of respect to this elected body, one, to bring forward those details first here.
Okay.
And then staff's going to generate a resolution, a letter of intent to be delivered to the Placer County Board of Supervisors on the 28th by me.
And then we would ask them for the same thing?
Correct.
On that, okay. And then on the bond piece, so my confusion too, I think we need to know what happens if it defaults. And then secondly, we have been having these conversations about looking at all the things that might go out for bond measure and understanding fully what that would mean, because we can't go out for a bond for everything we want. So where does this play in? Since I understand it's not Nevada County commitment, but it would in part be, right?
Yeah.
So we
I'm
could
unclear on
bring
that.
back, once we had the details in terms of the parcels, the assessments, and what that looks like, we could bring that back to the board before there's a vote of the JPA, so there's a joint understanding.
And there is an exhibit that's been created with all the potential, and it's pie in the sky, right? We just are interpreting signals from other jurisdictions that there's possible bonding activity out there. It could be the school district, it could be the hospital, county, cities, towns, whatever. There is an exhibit that's been made to kind of understand the nuance between all those. And so that's already been part of the discussion, and so we can...
But this one isn't part of that discussion, right?
No, it's being prioritized in there just so that staff and everybody in the process understand what's coming down the pike as far as bonding goes in countywide. So I guess to answer your question, it's been discussed and thought about, and there's an exhibit out there that I think Allison or Ariel, you can give to the board to show all those.
But an exhibit is a list of all the things we might do. What I'm saying is we haven't had the discussion yet about what Nevada County is comfortable going out to bond for or prioritizing those. So where does that come in? If we're making, are we making a commitment that the JPA could go out and bond without that coming through our process? And do we have any liability? If we don't, then I don't have a problem with it, right?
Yeah, in my understanding, and I'm going to let Kit or Ariel answer, but my understanding is the JPA and the bonding, it would just be a bond initiative like any other. It could be Measure T in Truckee. It could be just like anything else. The JPA is an independent entity looking for a bond. And I'm curious about the liability associated. I don't know what bond default means, though. I mean, I guess that would theoretically be you're in receipt of tax money and then the project doesn't happen. So I'm not aware of an outcome like that.
Sorry to interrupt, Supervisors. Do you mind pulling the microphones a little bit closer?
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
So that's a bigger discussion, but, and that's exactly what we're going through. And with that, I kind of don't want to just go into all of the details. I think we're out doing studies, and certainly Ariel could discuss that, of what that would look like. What we were talking about, just for information, is bonding part of this, not the whole thing, just for information, with the understanding that, again, Friends of the Library are collecting individual monies. So we're making studies of sort of bigger, littler libraries, bonding part and not executing the parcel charge until we get the other money commitment. So there's a lot of pieces to this. So.
But I'm hearing very clearly that the board would like more information before we move forward with an agreement to bond through the JPA, and we could come back to the board with a future item on that.
Well, I think you need to do your studies before you come back to us, because your study's going to show what the liability is and what the revenue source is going to be. Is that correct? Is that a correct assumption? So yeah, no, I mean, I think it's important for us to understand it, but also important for us to understand that we are not the JPA, that the JPA is a separate entity. I believe it's strong if the county is, on board and the town of Truckee is on board. I would hope, since we're going to be doing shared services with Placer County potentially, that they become part of the bond as well. That would be kind of my one push I think it just makes it stronger, both from a revenue source and from a security perspective. So I support this. I have one question for Hardy. How long from the time you guys started talking about doing a library, how long have you guys been at this?
For over a decade. I mean, it predates Chair Bullock, and it goes back to probably 10, 15 years ago.
So this has been, okay. I guess from my perspective, I've only been here a short time and have heard about this since I've been here. I didn't know how long you've been working on it, but I just want to say that perseverance pays off. And I've seen it with other projects that we've worked on, and I give total kudos to the people who hung in there and have seen the vision. I'm a very big believer that public libraries and public schools are the bedrock of any community. And I think the fact that your community wants to have a real library, not just a satellite library, is a testament to the commitment that people have up there for those things. So I think it's great. I'm happy that we're seeing it today and look forward to seeing the JPA form, seeing hopefully Placer County come on board. And it sounds like the town of Truckee's all in. So.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's been a long project. I just wanted to clarify, so I think if I understand what the board's saying, and Allison, you can make sure that I'm understanding this properly, but our intent today was really to have the discussion here about the possibility of bonding within the Placer County jurisdiction so that we can go to Placer County, officiate that ask with the resolution, the letter of intent. Because the JPA is an independent entity, capable of bonding on its own, which is the entire intent and foundation of a JPA, that really our board is really asking to understand what our liability is in carrying debt associated with your executive membership on an individual appointed body. And so that's really a clear difference to me. because it's the same as the Housing JPA, the Regional Housing Authority, and many other boards that we sit on.
NORTEC.
So I guess my question is, I'm going to ask, I would rather not delay this because it delays Placer County and then further delays the project. But I'm wondering if we could somehow table this item and bring it immediately back prior to the 28th of June so we can keep this moving. I'm looking at county council. I guess there's some work to do. Or just tell me where you think the direction is
Yeah,
going.
if the board feels comfortable to move forward with the letter of intent, there's no commitment of bonding or regionalizing services. And so we can move forward with bringing it to Placer County. And then probably 4 or 5 months from now, when we have more information on bonding and studies, we could bring back an item to the board for discussion. So that's
Okay.
one option.
Okay, thank you. I think we're clear on that. Go ahead, Ed.
Well, I'm looking at the Transit Services Commission. It's a JPA, right? Same authority? And I have to assume, and I don't know this, not working with this, but if it's anything like the Transit Services, the main player is the County of Nevada. They charge A87 monies for the purposes of administration. Placer County is involved with that. They're not part of the JPA, but they understand that some of the services go down there. So as a result, we get monies for Route 5 going down into Auburn. Is this similar?
I think that's a good example. That's similar. I think the Housing JPA, which Chair Bullock brought up, is also similar, that the board took action for contracts that went to
And every
the JPA.
one of those JPA decisions made, transit services, come to this board.
Right.
I don't see any reason to delay it, really. I wouldn't delay it. No.
No, I agree. I don't want to delay it.
Okay, I think we're clear. Just looking at staff, do you have anything additional to add or clarifications that we've missed or missteps?
No, I think we're clear and would have wanted to that anyway, continue to move. This allows us to move forward with Placer County as Supervisors Swarthout articulated well, I think, and gain their formal commitment or intent, and then move forward and bring back more information to this board with that intent, with future JPA members, and understanding more as we continue to work with the community and polling and bring back more information, as Allison said, in 4 or 5 months.
Okay, I think we're good. I'm going to go to public comment. Is there any comment in the board chambers? Public comment on the items 44A or B? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
No callers and no commenters in Truckee either.
Okay, great, thanks. With that, we'll close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion. We do have to do these independently, so I'm looking for a motion on 44A, which is the appointment.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. And then this is the resolution authorizing the county executive officer to sign a letter of intent with Placer County Board of Supervisors, affirming Nevada County's commitment to exploring a regional approach to the delivery of library services in eastern Placer and Nevada counties, and acknowledging the intent of the Truckee Library JPA to finance the new regional library, including seeking grants and implementing a bond measure. I would entertain a motion on 44B.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you. It's a step in the right direction. Really appreciate all the hard work on this. Yep. Thanks again.
Yeah, the word exploring helps there too, actually.
Okay, shifting gears to item number 45, Auditor Controller Gina Will. This is a resolution accepting the countywide independent audits for fiscal year 22 and 2023 performed by Clifton Larson Allen LLP, and authorizing an amendment to the contract between the County of Nevada and Clifton Larson Allen LLP pertaining to the audits, increasing the contract cost by $5,780 authorizing the chair of the board of supervisors to execute the amendment, and directing the auditor controller to amend the 2023-24 budget by $5,780, and a 4/5 affirmative vote of this item is required. And with that, I will turn it over to Gina Will, our auditor controller.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for this opportunity to present our 2022-23 independent financial audits. I've prepared a very short presentation just to highlight some of the information in the reports. So to start, we'll start with the annual comprehensive financial report, also referred to as the ACFR. So it is the opinion of Clifton Larson Allen that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the county as of June 30th, 2023. So for context, we encourage readers to review the transmittal letter, management's discussion and an analysis, and the notes to the financial reports. Financial highlights of the fiscal year 2023 include: 1, the county's net position increased 7.41%, or about $24 million, to nearly $348 million. 2, the county's total assets increased $28 million, or 4.7%, due to increases in intergovernmental revenue receivable and improved cash and investment positions. And 3, the county's long-term liabilities increased about $86.5 million, or 39.6%, to about $305 million. The increase is primarily related to changes in net pension and OPEB obligations, and those actuarial reports reflect the market conditions from 2 years prior. 4, governmental fund balances increased $4.7 million, or 3.2%, to just over $150 million. Government-wide financial statements include governmental activities as well as business-type activities. Total assets and deferred outflows increased 10.4% to nearly $697 million. Total liabilities and deferred inflows increased 13.56% to just over $349 million. Total net position is nearly $348 million, an increase of 7.41%. Government-wide revenues. So 2022-23 government-wide revenues increased 11.78% to nearly $262 million. Notable increases include unrestricted interest and investment earnings, as well as fees, fine, and charges for services. In 2022-23 government-wide expenses increased 17.06% to nearly $238 million. The largest increases were in governmental health and sanitation and public protection services. Government-wide net position is nearly $348 million. This is an average growth of about 4% per year over the last 7 years. This graph illustrates the county's $105 million governmental fund balances that will assist in an economic downturn and in an emergency. So 68% of its fund balances are restricted to specific activities and non-spendable, which leaves 32% at the board's discretion. Now shifting to the single audit. A single audit is required for non-federal entities that expend $750,000 or more in federal financial assistance. A single audit includes an audit of the organization's financial statements and compliance with federal award requirements for programs that are identified as major programs. In 2022-23, the county had $43.6 million in federal expenditures reported on its schedule of expenditure of federal awards, or CFA. This is a year-over-year increase of 14%. $7.8 million was COVID-19 related recovery projects and $35.8 million in other federal programs. While COVID-19 related recovery programs are starting to decline, other federal programs increased 21%. In 2020-21, there was a 58% increase in federal expenditures, primarily due to the introduction of COVID-19 related recovery programs. The total number of reported agreements was 137 in 2022-23. There were 126 agreements reported in 2021-22 and 118 reported in 2020-21. There were 53 programs reported in 22-23, up from 51 from the prior year. In 2023, there were 8 major programs audited, up from 7 in 2021-22 and 5 in 2020-21. In closing, the Audit Review Committee, made up of 2 board members, the CEO's office, the auditor's office, met with Clifton Larson Allen on May 16, 2024, to review the audit results. The reports reviewed by the committee were included with these agenda materials and are also posted on the Auditor Controller's webpage. It is recommended that the board accept the 2022-23 independent audits, which include the ACFR, the single audit, the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 financial statements, and the Nevada County Finance Authority financial statements. The Sanitation District and Finance Authority are component units of the county, so their activities are also included in the government-wide financial statements of the county. It is also recommended that the board approved an audit contract amendment of $5,780 to achieve single audit coverage requirements. 8 rather than 7 major programs were audited for 2022-23, and this work was authorized in order to meet the March 31st, 2024 single audit reporting deadline. So completion of the ACFR and single audit is not possible but without many in the county, including the auditor's staff, all the departments and agencies who contribute financial information. I'd like to give special recognition this year to Michael Graham, Andrew Copeland, and Elena Gagne in the auditor's office, who implemented a tool to compile and publish the ACFR. I'd also appreciate CLA for their assistance and guidance, and I especially appreciate the Board of Supervisors and CEO's office for their leadership and fiscally prudent policies. For 16 consecutive years, the county has received Government Finance Officers Association Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting. We expect that the 2022-23 statements will be recognized as well. And with that, I am happy to turn it back over to the board and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I have the benefit of being on the ad hoc and seeing this firsthand, so thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you on that, both the ACFR and the single audit as well. So with that, we'll turn it over. Supervisor Hall, we serve on the ad hoc as well, so I'll turn it over to you for questions and comments.
I don't have any questions either. It was very educational to go through the process in the subcommittee, so thank you.
Supervisor Swarthout, nothing? No?
For the public, just talk about why there's an increase to the contract. It's on.
Sure. So we expected only 7 major programs to be audited in the single audit. And as they were going through that process, in order to meet coverage requirements, we had to audit 1 more major program. And so there were additional costs associated with that. But we wanted to move forward and authorize that work so that we could meet the March 31st deadline of filing the single audit on time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll say one more thing before I open public comment. I'd just like to acknowledge is it 10 years of getting the GFAO? 16?
16.
Thank you for highlighting that. Yeah, that's really impressive. There's not a lot of things you can point to and say we do it this good 16 years in a row. So congratulations to you, the staff, executive staff here at the county that oversees many of the program controls, internal controls and pieces. So thank you. With that, we'll open up public comments. Is there anybody in the board chambers who'd like to make a public comment on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, anybody on the line?
No callers.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to item number 46. This is Director of Social Services, Rachel Pena. Resolution approving a new contract between the County of Nevada and Sierra Harvest to operate a market match program at farmers markets in Nevada County in the maximum amount of $81,811 for the term of May 1, 2024 through February 28, 2025, contingent upon the adoption of fiscal year 24-25 budget and authorizing the chair of the Board of Supervisors to execute the contract. And I think there's a typo in my script, but I'm going to turn it over to Rachel. Thank
Okay.
you. It had Pat Perkins in here, but I don't think Pat's presenting this today.
Oh, no.
No, it's
Nope.
Rachel. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I'm not accustomed to saying good afternoon. I usually say good morning in here. Good afternoon, Chair Bullock and honorable members of the board. We are excited to be here to tell you a little bit about our market match and some changes. It's not a new program, but the way that we're going to be doing it is a little bit new this year. So I am the Director of Social Services, as you know, and I have with me Kristen Plant, the Program Manager for Eligibility and Employment Programs. We also are excited to introduce you to Lori Hennessy and Eli Bacon from Sierra Harvest. They're here to share with you along with Kristen. So I'm going to actually invite them to come and sit up here.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing us, Rachel. Like she said, we are really excited to share some information with you guys about the Market Match program. The Market Match program is California's healthy food incentive program that matches CalFresh nutrition assistance benefits at farmers markets. The Market Match program has been running for the last 9 years in Nevada County through a partnership with Connecting Point. And the county has partnered with them to run the program, and they really have built it into the amazing program that it is today. So the program works by customers spending their EBT dollars at the farmers market and then being matched up to $10 at each of the markets throughout the season. In Western County, that's how the program is run, and we have 3 markets that participate, so our customers have potential to bring in an additional $30 a week, really, if they attended all 3 of the markets. Up in the Truckee or Eastern County area, we're supporting our partners up there as they work towards achieving their EBT vendor certification so that they can run the market the same way. What we've done for the past few years is do a voucher program up there, and we anticipate doing the voucher program again this year as we still continue to work with them while they acquire that. This is an amazing program for our customers, for our low-income individuals and families to be able to have access to more healthy local foods. They can purchase veggies, fruit, and plant starch, which is really cool. So I've shared a little bit about how great it is for our customers, but it's also great for our farmers. Last season, our customers received a match of over $38,000 in CalFresh benefits that they spent at the market last year, which means that our farmers directly received over $76,000 for the sales at those markets. The program is run through the the Food and Nutrition Services, so it's federal dollars that are coming into our community, being spent locally, and supporting our local economy. This season, we have asked Sierra Harvest to take over administration of the program, and Connecting Point is helping them take that over with the hopes that they're going to run the program independently next year. What's exciting about that is that they will have access to other grants and can possibly bring even more federal dollars into our community. Not to mention, it aligns beautifully with their mission and their expertise. So I'm going to hand it over now to Lori to talk to you guys a little bit about Sierra Harvest.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us here today, and we're really excited to share this new partnership. Many of you probably already know Sierra Harvest and our mission to transform lives and strengthen community through fresh, local, seasonal food. When Kristen came to approach us regarding this program, it seemed like a real big win-win opportunity for us to join the Market Match program. As you know, we have 3 different pillars that we work within for Sierra Harvest. We have our focus on children, mostly through the schools. We're in 21 of the K-8 schools here in Nevada County, and we do different programs there from Harvest of the Month, and there's nothing better than when a child says, "I love kale." And so that is a win for us, but many other fruits and vegetables that we also bring to the schools. We also do guest chef visits. We also have school gardens that we help to fund and provide resources for, as well as farmer visits, which really connects our farmers to our children here in our community. And then, of course, we have our Food Love Farm, which is an amazing place. If you haven't come out to visit, please do. That really shows an actual farm in production and provides lots of educational opportunities for field trip visits, for summer camps, and other opportunities to see a farm in real action, even just to come and do a U-Pick this summer. We also have our other pillar, which is focusing on farmers. We all know that being a farmer is not an easy job to have. And so we're doing our part to make sure that they have the resources and tools to create, especially those younger farmers, a successful opportunity. So we do that through ag skills, grant support, we're looking at a farmer co-op, and ways to connect them through procurement. And then the final pillar is our community pillar, which is why we're here today. One of our big programs is through gleaning, and last year we were able to glean 35,000 pounds of food that we were able to distribute to Interfaith Food Ministry that could then go right back out to our community, food that otherwise wouldn't have. But in addition to that, we got this new opportunity through Market Match, so that segues perfectly into our community program, which really hits all of our pillars. It hits our community, bringing fresh food to all, but also connects our farmers and makes more of an opportunity for them to increase their sales. So in essence, it increases access to fresh, local, and seasonal food for our EBT clients, increases the connection between our local farmers and the community, and Market Match is going to provide access to local food, driving the local farm economy and facilitating healthy food systems, which is really important to us. So we're very excited to join in and be part of this program from June 1 through November 23rd.
Thank you very much. We are happy, or we were happy to share this. Thank you for allowing us to, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Awesome. Thanks for the presentation and the good work as well. I'll start over here with Supervisor Hook, our local farmer.
I love this whole program. I love when it started. I love how it connects farmers with community, teaches. It's about education. We all talk shop local, right? It gives these guys an opportunity to really do that and get to engage with the people that grow the food. So it just tickles me. There's so much to do with this, the work we do with the kids, and then really the kids tell the parents go to the shopping. So it just is this domino effect that is really so important, that really boosts the economy for agriculture folks here too, but yet feeds our people with good, healthy food. You know, I think the fact that you can go and really get to pick through and talk to the gardeners. It's different than going to the grocery store, but you know what I mean? Not that grocery stores aren't great, I get that. But it's that interaction, it's that connection that you guys are creating with this. This is incredible. So I love that it's going through. Thanks, Rachel. Thank you. I mean, Christine, you guys, this is an incredible program. I'm just really excited to see where this could grow. And again, I think by going to Sierra Harvest, there's other grant funding. We may be able to boost those numbers over time and feed more people. And then what we do in interconnection with interfaith food ministry on top of that, how can it get any better, right? Mm-hmm. So thank you for the work you're doing. Thanks for promoting agriculture and really help educating our community on what we really special place that we live. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schofield?
Well, no comments really. I haven't quite got the kale part though.
You have to massage it.
You like kale? Yeah, we'll work on that. I appreciate the work you guys do, and I'm pleased that the county's a partner, that we can work together on this. So keep up the good work.
Thanks. Supervisor Hall?
Thank you. Yep, this is a great program. I support it as well. Just one question on the market batch program so I understand it. So somebody goes to the farmer's market and they have CalFresh dollars and they buy $30 worth of food. They get a $10 token to use at that same booth or any other booth?
They get $10 and a $1, so they can use it in multiple places. So for every 10 they purchase, they'll get a $1 market match token.
Oh, so they get $3 and then, okay. But it's just for use in the farmer's market?
Yes.
For qualified products.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Yep, thank you.
Supervisor Schwarthout?
I think if there had been programs like this when I was a kid in school, and I might have developed an appreciation for vegetables, and I might be a little healthier today. But I love your organization. I'm a big supporter. Happy to see you guys here today making this presentation. Anything that we can do in our community to get people to be healthier, especially through eating healthier. I went to the Interfaith Food Ministry event, I think it was a year or so ago, that you guys partnered up with, and they talked about the gleaning program, but what was great about it, they actually gave you recipes, because people are going, what do I do with the, spaghetti squash, or what do I do with, it was really great. It wasn't just like here, it was like, here you have this, and here's how you can make something for your family with it. And to see the look on the kids' faces when they get to grow something, and they get to, pick it and eat it, it's priceless. So thanks for all the work that you do. When the EBT, when it first started, I remember back in the days I was involved with the Grass Valley Farmers Market, it was very complicated and very confusing. And people didn't use it because they didn't really understand it, have access to fresh fruits and vegetables. So thanks for all the work you do. I look forward to, I think the Grass Valley Farmers Market starts this week. So we're getting going. It's farmers market season. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate you guys mentioning the EBT acceptance at the Truckee Farmers Market, and then also the Tahoe Food Hub. I think they're two locations that are, because they have retail for farm to fork, and all their food products. So I think it's awesome that we're taking a community that is, on food assistance help from the county and really pairing them with the right type of food and eating. And the farmers market is so cool because when I'm down there, I'm like, this is a huge like regional event. There's people from everywhere that come to the, just like, I'm here for the farmers market, you know, and it's super cool. But anyway, yeah, very supportive, and I appreciate the county making efforts to include that population and spread it out. So it's hopefully Truckey's Farmers Market and then Tahoe Food Hub and anywhere else. I know Sierra Community House is also a recipient of Interfaith Food Ministries Food as a redistribution network in Eastern County. So we definitely have food insecurity programs from the county in Eastern County, but this is just one more way to reach out. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to open up public comment on this. Any public comment in the chambers? Seeing none? Okay. Caller? Any callers?
Yes, we do have one caller, Chair.
Let's bring the caller in. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Board of Supervisors, Matthew Coulter. I just want to make a brief comment on the fact that I love our farmers markets. I want to support our local farmers, but something that's been happening more and more are outsiders are coming in and setting up their fruit booths on the corners of the streets. Banner, Nevada City Highway, Gold Flat, Four Corners there at McCourtney. I mean, literally right across from the sign that says Farmers Market. I got a picture of the fruit vendor with the Grass Valley Farmers Market sign in the background. And I called about it, and they said, well, that's a code issue. Well, code doesn't work on the weekends, and that's when they come up. And so it'd be great if we could have equal uniform code. Otherwise, every street corner is going to have somebody that's not inspected and not legitimate. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew, for the comment. I'm looking at senior staff's nodding their heads, so they're going to look into that. Thank you. Any other public comment online? Calls? No. Okay. We'll close public comment and bring back to the board for all entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to board member announcements, and I'll start over with member Supervisor Swarthout. Any announcements for us?
Very brief. I attended the Armed Forces Day a couple weeks ago up at the airport. I didn't get a chance to go for a ride in the airplane with you, Hardy, but it looked like people were having a really good time. So how many people did you get to take up?
I think I did 6 rides.
6 rides, yeah. So the CHP commander was there, and he offered to take me up in the helicopter and land on the field during National Night Out, and I had to pass because I have a terrible fear of helicopters. But if anybody is interested in doing that, the offer was open to any supervisor. So, but really great event, really well attended. Kudos to all the people who planned it, especially our staff that was there supporting them. I really like that we moved it to the airport. I think it was a much better event, much better attended. Great collaboration with the Golden Empire Flying Group, and also our airport staff. So thanks to all. I attended an ad hoc fire committee meeting last week, making some progress there. Last Friday, I attended the community forum at Sierra College. They've been doing monthly forums on different topics, and last Friday was the chief of police from Grass Valley and Nevada City talking about homelessness and fentanyl and human trafficking. They got a lot in an hours-long conversation, but it was very informative. And the Sierra College Foundation is the one who organizes that. They have done a great job of getting attendance there. Everyone I've been to has had at least 50 to 100 people, so kudos to them for putting on those forums. They're on break for the summer. I think they start back up at the end of August. And then yesterday I attended the Memorial Day service at Memorial Park. It was very, very moving, really great speeches from some of our veterans in the community, and a really nice crowd as well. So that's it.
Thanks. Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, I was on vacation and then taking care of some family business, so I am going to pass this time.
Supervisor Schofield.
Quickly, yeah. Transit Services meeting, Transportation Commission went through the budget briefing process, and to to the Budget Subcommittee, I tell you, that's very beneficial. Greatly appreciate it. Sarah did a great job with me anyways. Had a meeting with Nortec and Chico, and I just wanted to make a quick note of our planning department, Brian Foss in particular, meeting with one of my constituents involving ADUs, and the time he took and the professionalism with them was very impressive. Greatly appreciated. I just want to give him that recognition.
Mm-hmm. Outstanding. And Supervisor Hook?
Okay, yeah, so let's see. I think the 15th through the 17th, I went to an RCRC meeting down in Salinas. It was amazing. We took a tour. Supervisor Lopez there is the chair this year for RCRC, and so they hosted the meeting, and it's something to be in the middle of the valley that creates so much food for people to eat. It's not called the salad bowl of the state for anything. It's amazing to watch that, and really exciting to learn about the different technologies. We actually saw a piece of equipment that works with AI and can distinguish a plant that's weak, and it lasers them and gets them out of the 5. They do 5 rows at a time. It was really incredible. So that was a lot of fun, and like I said, just get to tour and see the real work being done down there is just incredible. And he's a real great advocate for his district there, as well as the whole area of Monterey County. And just some of the same issues that we have here with agriculture, just there, but on a bigger scale. So that was it was very interesting. And we got hosted to a dinner in the evening at a private winery, and the view was spectacular. And it was an older family that's been doing it for years, and they've had to transition to be able to stay in the business. So it was really, 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 really wonderful event. And so then I came home, and of course I got home in time to attend the law enforcement appreciation dinner. Nevada City Elks puts that on. What a wonderful event. It was really, really, I got that really, really thing going, sorry. But it was a really great event, and it was fun. Everyone was honored with their Officers of the Year whether it was from the Sheriff's Department, Grass Valley PD, probation, district attorney's office. Anyway, well attended, and they provide a nice meal, and it was just a really great event just to kind of make it all about them. So that was really fun. Then again, went to Armed Forces Day. I thought it was incredible. I can't say enough about it. There was a great crowd. It was fun to see all the different planes. I love that we incorporate that into our airport. I think there's a lot of people don't realize how important our airport is to Nevada County, and it gave you a little bit of an insight to what actually happens up there. And so really impressed with that. I look forward to seeing that grow bigger and better over time. I got nothing but great compliments from most of the different, the Marine Corps, they can't wait to come back. Air Force, same thing, they're going to bring recruits. We watched 40 people take their oath to go into the military. It was very impressive. So just, it was a great evening. The pancake breakfast was fabulous. Everybody was just running around getting things done. Hardy, you just did a great. Steve Rose, he was fabulous. Jan gave a nice talk from Grass Valley, Jan Arbuckle, Mayor Arbuckle. It just was a really great event. I hope that next year put it on your calendar, because I think it's May 17th next year, and hopefully we just make it bigger and better. And then we had that was the second day also of our Penn Valley Rodeo. And so I did the rodeo parade and rodeo. That's a big event for Penn Valley. It was well attended. They were sold out both days. Did really great. So really appreciated that. Then, let's see, it just goes on from there. There's a lot of things. This has been a busy week. We had a South Yuba cohort meeting. I had fun. I did a new hire orientation with CEO Lehman. It was a lot of fun meeting all the new folks coming here to work, whether it's part-time or on internship type things. It was fun because you got to kind of get to know you. How did you get here? Who are you? And this is what we have, and be able to come and have those conversations. I've seen 2 of them now. It was really a hoot. 2 of them met each other and knew each other from the rodeo. So that was really fun, just the connections and the ones that live in my district. So, make a point to have those fun conversations. Again, we had a fire ad hoc meeting. That was good. I think things are moving on. We'll just keep going with that. And had a meeting about NID and the water supply and how that's moving on. Things are looking like they're moving ahead. We're going to be a little bit later in the date with getting the repairs done, but it's some incredible work being done out there. And NID is just doing an awesome job managing what our water flow that they do have and how we're going to have enough water to get through, especially for my farmers and ranchers. We make our plans a year ahead of time. And so when you don't have water at the end, it changes everything drastically. So a lot of work going on with that. And for that, I think that's enough for now. But it's been a busy week and it's been a good week.
Good. Thanks. A lot of good stuff going on. I went to the Military Appreciation Day, had a great time. It was really packed. I mean, the ramp was pretty much packed with people. Awesome to see the airport, airplanes flying one after another. It was awesome. I think I was given rides. There were 4 aircraft, and the one that topped it was they did 28 rides in Juan Brown's Waco, the biplane. It was super cool. They did that, and just like to thank our host Kevin Edwards and Steve Monahan for the access to the facility. And I love airports. I love hanging around airports. I love talking about airports and airplanes. And it was just an awesome day. It was. We need a tent though for next year, VIP tent. It was hot on the ramp, which I should have known. But yeah, the touching part for me was the gal who got up and got her promotional piece, and then she brought her whole family up there. It was really cool. It was like she's made a career out of the military, and she had her whole family, 2 kids, 2 little kids. Oh, and he got sworn in. And she got her promotion, and it was quite touching, So anyway, I did that. It was really fun. Bunch of ad hoc committee meetings, community meetings, constituent meetings. Met with our hospital. Tahoe Forest Hospital District, which is a huge stakeholder in Eastern County, and met with them and talked to them a little bit about their kind of hopes, dreams, and goals and how the county can be a part of it. And then yesterday for Memorial Day, I did the Murph Challenge, which is a workout challenge with Truckee PD, State Parks, Nevada County Sheriff's, District Attorney's Office, and others, and it was great. And right when we were doing the big, hey, thanks for being here at Memorial Day, a bald eagle came in and was like soaring right above our crowd. I was like, this is America. Wow, okay. It was pretty cool, yeah. And then I proceeded to suffer really bad for the next hour and a half. But I got through it, so here we are. And that's it for me. I'll turn it over to CEO Allison Lehman and then Jeffrey Thorsby.
Yeah, happy to provide a couple of updates. I had the opportunity to go out to meet with our roads crew and had a listening session and got some great feedback. One of the recommendations that we'll be following up on is that they suggested going out in the fields with each of you in your district when they have a road project to provide an orientation on the before and after of the road vegetation mitigation that they're doing. And so I thought that was a great suggestion. So I'll be working with your staff and see if there's interest on your end to set that up. I also had an opportunity to go out in the field with our probation officer, Karen Mueller, who is fantastic about making community connections, specifically around the juvenile unit. We went out to Earl Jamison High School, which is the alternative high school on McCourtney. They serve around 36 kids. What I did not realize that it's a new contract with the John Muir Charter that's now administering the school. And when I went out to the site, we had actually public health is out there doing workshops with the students. They have very engaged teachers. And then also probation is really looking at the case management upstream before kids maybe make wrong choices. So really appreciate staff being proactive and coordinating with community partners. Also got an overview of our pre-trial assessment that we do with probation. It was very educational, and I think it just really reflects how we have a probation department that leads the state in many ways because they are making data-informed decisions as well as letting data drive what program works and what doesn't work. The Tahoe Truckee Workforce JPA had their strategic planning, and I'm pleased to share that Hobart Mills Housing Project is a top priority for the JPA in the upcoming year. We also had a meeting on the Community Land Trust, which I know Supervisor Hook and Swarthout have also been meeting with them. They are an escrow on a piece of property down in Penn Valley, but it is a tool that we'll be bringing forward to the board at a future date in terms of how can we create more affordable housing in our community. Craig Griesbach and I did a presentation at the Grass Valley Kiwanis, the focus on emergency services, but a lot of questions on broadband. So we're going to go ahead and coordinate with staff to maybe do a follow-up presentation with the group. We're receiving weekly updates from NID on PG&E and Spalding. And at this point, it is overall on track. But really for the best real-time updates, UBNet's doing a great job reporting and providing updates in terms of where they are with the projects. We are looking at impacts to recreation in terms specifically, Sue helped me out. So they're saying Scott Flats is going to be okay probably till October, but we're going to have issues with Rawlings, thank you. In terms of the boat ramp, probably they are predicting, I think, July. And that's all I have to report, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Allison. Go ahead, Supervisor Hook.
Well, it's fun because you just brought that up. I just want to say, so John Muir School, which is really a program, right? So we also got to tour Rancho Cielo, and this also runs with that same program. Unbelievable, the program that they put on there with their kids. And they have this is again down in Monterey County, their junior college. If you finish their program, you get a free scholarship to junior college. But it's the same idea with mostly like what we're looking at CTA. They've got an auto shop, they have a cooking program, they have a construction program, and it's kind of similar built what they're going to start doing at Earl Jameson. So just really exciting to see what a public partnership can bring to these programs.
Yeah, that's excellent information. And John Muir here locally is looking at extending the age to 26 to actually facilitate similar programs. So it's great that there's other models out there.
Yeah, I would suggest they go there. I'm not kidding, it was pre-major, and they do the same thing, 25 or 26-year-olds. So that's interesting. And then this is a little off topic, but I'm just going to throw this out there. I had this opportunity, we had to go to the urgent care this weekend. And I just want to give a shout out. You know, when we lost Yuba Docs, it was going to be very challenging. And so Dr. Hicks and now Dr. Hicks, both Dr. Hicks, work for Dignity Health in an urgent care situation. And I think there's a lot of people that don't know it's really there and available. You actually can even get appointments there and do walk-ins, and I was so impressed. So I would just say if you don't know and you need to go a place instead of trying the emergency room, try an urgent care. And it was very well run. The people were friendly. The staff was very knowledgeable. And so I just want to give a shout out because the two Dr. Hicks are, again, doing some amazing work in Nevada County along with Dignity Health. So thank you for letting me add on to my report.
Yeah, you bet. That's important, rural health care. Chief of Staff, Jeff
All right,
Gorsby.
Thank you so much, Chair Bullock, members of the board, Chief of Staff. Just a couple updates. It's been a while since I've actually provided some announcements to you. So a couple of things I just wanted to highlight. Did attend the Western Interstate Region Conference a couple of weeks ago with Supervisor Hall. Met with some staff, including Brett Mattson, talk about opportunities to advance and elevate some of the areas of concern for Nevada County, including wildfire insurance. Also attended two terrific sessions there that were really noteworthy. One was actually chaired by Supervisor Hall on open space recreation. Second was actually chaired by Supervisor James Gore on water, and those were really fascinating, good conversations. So really good connections up there. We also met with NACO Ledge Director Mark Riticato, and we talked about a lot of different components, including PIL to SRS, and advocating for those dollars, which is important, but then also chatted about a lot of the unique work that Nevada County is doing with its fuel break projects and some of the challenges we have with BLM. And I think NACO is open to working and advocating for solutions regarding that piece, which was really great. Also, earlier this month, attended an event with the Nevada County Historical Landmarks Commission. Specifically, this was the Carter Family Homesite Plaque. I believe Supervisor Hall, you were in attendance to that too. I also attended a meeting of the Historical Landmarks Commission the following week as well and provided an update on some areas of interest to them. Really great work that they're doing. Also attended a Lakeview Round Mountain community meeting a while back with OES Director Craig Griesbach and Supervisor Hall. Continued been working with your climate team on setting up the Sustainability Summit. We're early on, but doing a lot of good work and getting the programming set there. Also attended the outgoing retirement reception for Supervisor Eli Alani. That was a while ago, but that was a really great event, and really to wish him and to thank him for his service. Attended a meeting on Caltrans and some issues related to Highway 20, specific to District 4, and that was with Tricia Tillotson and some other folks, and how to get a specific gate protected. It keeps getting destroyed, and so we were in danger of losing that easement, so working with staff and to help support that. Also, I did volunteer at the Armed Forces Day, as many of you mentioned. That was a really terrific event. I did get sunburned, and so I think shade is in order for next year for sure. I did want to give a shout out as well to Kevin Edwards from the airport, Steve Rose, of course, for putting so much together, Mayor Arbuckle from Grass Valley, Robin Davies from the Chambers, and then some of our staff too, Maria Tafamiva, probably not pronouncing that correctly, and then also Rain Wren for her work. And then the last thing I'll just say, I just want to give a kudos to your staff who've been working in quick order. There's a vast fury of action and legislation and working, so we've been working on overtime. I really want to give a shout out to your analyst, Mandy Stewart, and Chris this year, who've really been working closely with Caleb Dardick, your assistant CEO, and getting those letters out. And so I won't go into detail on those components, but and then last but not least, I did attend an event with child advocates with Nevada City Council member Adam Klein last week, which was really enlightening, and some of the amazing work they're doing is really heartfelt. So really appreciate that, and those are my updates for today.
Busy. Everybody's been busy. We appreciate your work, and Allison, your team and your work, and Kit, your office and your work. So thank you. On behalf of the whole board,